Looks like we are. So welcome to today's meeting of the 29th of November, and please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so before we begin, I just do want to remind people who are listening at home, if you plan to make a comment on an item, be very, make sure that first, once you call in and press *9 to raise your hand, that you turn the volume off on your video feed because there's a time delay and you could lose your opportunity to speak. So it's really important to be aware of that. I get emails every week from people that said I had my hand up. But generally what happens is they've waited too long because they don't have the video feed turned off. So just want to keep that in everybody's mind. So with that, I would like to ask our CAO if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass, and good morning. There is one modification to the agenda. Item D1 will be pulled for discussion.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item D1?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, a second. This is on the consent calendar. I will go to those in the public here who would like to make public comment on the consent calendar. And if you'd like to come up now, and that's not with D1, the item has been pulled. That one will be coming up shortly. So anyone want to comment on any of the other items that are on the consent calendar? And if you are interested, you can come over to the side now. I see we do have Vernon, so welcome. Come forward, Vernon.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam CAO, County Clerk, ladies and gentlemen of Humboldt County. I'd like to speak on item number 2, local appointments. I'm still showing my interest of the Housing Authority Board if there is any vacancies on that. I did speak with my representative, and we just didn't have enough time to find that out. So if there is any vacancies, please keep me in remembrance. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, Vernon. And we can get you that answer this afternoon as well. I believe it's just a list. But anyone else wish to comment at this point in time? All right, I do not see any here. Nikki, are there any numbers online since I'm still trying to get my computer to pay?
Yes, Madam Chair, caller 7454.
Nice. Recognize the number 7454. Press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Virginia?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate you pulling the one I get to speak on later, the D1. I did want to make mention on here. I think they have the thing in here, and I don't have the number in front of me. There's like 39 items on this thing today, but you basically have the agreement. I think on here somewhere regarding the reduction in the cannabis tax, or forgiving some of the penalties on that, or putting them on hold. And I do strongly support that. I did want to make mention regarding that specific topic. I have received a public records request with, I think, 10,010 people that are delinquent and are being forgiven for this. And I did wish to point out, maybe in this policy you're adopting or something in the future, you can make sure, and I forward this list to Scott Adair and John Ford, that people don't receive carrots who haven't paid their taxes and penalties. It's kind of an interesting list. I probably will go into that as a separate topic because the list is not specifically on the agenda at this time, but I'll speak on that probably later in the day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these items.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Now I've got the Zoom up. All right, we'll go back to the board. Anyone on the board have any comments on any of the items? Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Humboldt Transit Authority and the Yurok Tribe and the folks out there in the Trinity Valley for their work to bring back the bus service from Willow Creek to Hoopa, Orleans. Really very important service out there, and I want to thank all the parties for their efforts to bring that back. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to thank this board for approving a policy for bus passes for for county employees. I think it's something we need to see emulated throughout all of our, not just agencies, but employers in general. So this is my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Whoops. Any others? Nope. I watch for hand movement now. Okay, don't see any. All right, I think we are ready to vote. And can we please have a roll call since I'm still struggling with my computer?
No problem. Supervisor Wilson? Yes. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor
Yes.
Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So now we'll move on to the period at the point in time where people can comment on items not on the agenda, I believe is next, and then we will go to D1. So if you are interested, you should be called in now and press star 9. I don't see any hands up at this moment. So we will go to those in the public. Is there anyone here that wanted to comment on an item that is not on today's agenda? All right, well, we'll go to those on the,
Madam Claire, just to be clear, D1 has been pulled for further conversation.
yes.
So that would be the appropriate time for comments on that.
yes,
Versus non-agenda items right
yes.
now.
Yes, this one, it wasn't pulled and taken totally away.
Understood.
It's coming back in just one moment. So there's no one in the room here that wanted to speak. We do have one hand up on the phone. So for general public comment, we will go to 7454.
Thank you for my opportunity to speak on something that's not on the agenda. I was at a meeting not all that long ago, or it was a while ago. I don't know if Supervisor Madrone was supervisor-elect at that time, but and Mike Wilson was in attendance at Blue Lake City School, and Mike McGuire was in the room. And I made 2 suggestions to Mike. I asked him for a promise that he would not allow the water from the Mad River watershed to be moved down south. He didn't enter into that agreement. The other suggestion I made was to put Steve Madrone in charge of dealing with the trail acquisitions and doing deals. I still stand behind that recommendation. I would caution some people, and I'm going to mention names, Mike McGuire and Jason Lyles have been out, in my opinion, badgering some people, harassing some people, bullying some people into doing what they want to do. That does not work. That's not the Steve Madrone technique for these things. So I highly recommend that they cease to do that, with different organizations and people out there. I did see a thing on your last meeting there when I was watching that particular meeting regarding a easement abandonment, and I do have some suggestions for you. At that time, it sounded like there was a deal willing to be done. I don't know the terms of that deal. I guess that's on the agenda for the future. Highly recommend that be done, and everything be done with a soft hand. There's all kinds of legal firms out there who contacted a whole bunch of people, and as we know, they can get the money for taking technically this, but it's up to the people whether they construct fences along their easements or along the easements that go through their property, which could be 8-foot chain link fences with 3 layers of contrdine or razor wire on the top of it. That does not make for a good working relationship, and if the people feel they're being slighted or they're being bullied into different agreements on this, that does not bode well for the aesthetics of this trail. So a lot of people are in favor of the trail. I'm not optimistic that Mother Nature will allow it to be there. She got rid of the great iron horse, and I think she'll get rid of any kind of other thing that goes through those beautiful areas, but that's just my opinion. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today on this non-agenda item.
All right, thank you. And next we have 0116. Just press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ash.
Yeah, good morning there. It's new day after the midterms that went on here. I'm just going to kind of comment on some of the post-midterm stuff that's still going on, kind of, funny stuff going on across the country. I know, and hopefully nothing like Arizona happened in our county, because it seems like there's multiple counties there that are refusing to certify because of really off the hook kind of voter stuff that was happening. I mean, voter machines not working, all kinds of issues, and not only there but also in Pennsylvania. They've got at least a county or two, and Pennsylvania is the interesting one because it's actually a Republican candidate that won, and they're contesting. So there's a lot of that going on, just. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to comment about today. Was just the election nonsense that we're told it's another safe and secure election with these 90% of Dominion voting machines here in California. So hopefully the other counties in California can get rid of the Dominion machines. They're not really too trustworthy, it seems, and with the internet connections and all that. But anyways, that's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ash. I don't see any others on there, so we'll go back to the board, and we will go to the item that was pulled from consent. It's regarding an item, well, the letter, how do I say this? It's being pulled, it was put on by Supervisor Madrone, Wilson, but it really wasn't put on by, it was a little confusion. So we're going to go to the CAO's office to hear the report. It's basically what I'm trying to explain. So CAO Hayes, will you direct her from here?
Thank you, Chair Bass. This is a resolution regarding offshore wind, and Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer, will present the details of that item.
Great. Thank you, CAO Hayes. Sean Quincy, Deputy CAO with the County Administrative Office. Before I talk about the modifications to this agenda item, I want to just discuss a little bit about this project. The item before your board today is a recognition of the state of the work that county staff and local stakeholders have been involved in for the last several years. But the pace of this work has picked up significantly, especially over the last 6 to 12 months. As a reminder, your board in May received a report on offshore wind and directed staff to work with community partners regarding development of the industry and local supply chains related to the industry. And your board also authorized the CAO to advocate for resources to that effect. In October, your board approved a contract for outside legal counsel regarding offshore wind and potentially community benefits related to the project. Since then, staff have remained engaged with community partners, local governments, tribal nations, state and federal agencies, potential project developers, local businesses, and others on offshore wind development and potential community benefits. In August, the county signed on to a letter submitted to the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, submitted by the Redwood Region Climate and Community Resilience Hub, or the CORE Hub, regarding the proposed sale notice, bid credits, and the eventual lease of the Humboldt wind energy area. Several key issues continue to drive these discussions, including the need for port infrastructure development, transmission upgrades, workforce readiness, supply chain and local economic development, fishing and environmental impacts, housing, road and wastewater improvements, healthcare and childcare, among other issues. A central aspect of these issues has been an often stated need to ensure that local tribal nations, disadvantaged communities, fisheries, local workers, and local businesses are positioned to not only avoid and have offshore wind development related impacts mitigated, but to also ensure that these communities are able to take part in the industry and the project's associated benefits. It is evident that there is a significant local need and desire to ensure that the offshore wind industry is developed in a sustainable and inclusive way. And as such, this resolution aims to begin formalizing a path forward for the county to pursue those goals. The modifications that we are presenting today are, number one, the originator of this item. On the agenda, it said it was coming from Supervisor Wilson, but this item should have come from the County Administrative Office. There was a little bit of back and forth and miscommunication about where this item should have originated from, and with a short week last week, that's where we landed. But this item, it was previously directed by your board for county staff to engage in this work, and so it should have originated from county staff. There are a couple other modifications to the resolution that we received additional feedback. Again, due to the short week last week, getting this item ready, there's so many community partners related with this project. The list is ever growing every day. And so we got some additional feedback from fisheries last week that I wanted to present to your board today to have you consider as part of this item. And I'm sharing my screen, and so I'm hoping to go over those changes with the board. Okay. So the changes are to the whereas
Can
clauses.
you perhaps blow that up a little bit?
Yes,
Sorry.
absolutely.
I always hate to be the one to ask, but
Sure.
yeah. Glad I could help.
How is that?
Good,
Okay.
thank you.
So there's the, we also received feedback from one of our local tribes. You can see there to the whereas clause regarding historic harms, changing that word to trauma. And then there are 2 additional paragraphs that fisheries are asking for. The paragraph reads, whereas Humboldt Bay has historically been California's largest fishing port, with North Coast Fisheries currently contributing $40 million ex-vessel dollars to the local community, and whereas the cumulative loss of community fishing grounds and port fishing infrastructure by offshore wind development will impact fishermen, the fishing industry, tribal fisheries, and underserved North Coast fishing communities. And one final section under the now therefore be it resolved piece of this agenda resolution. Fisheries wanted to have them specifically included in the list of agencies and communities that the county will work with as we work to mitigate impacts to those different communities. So with that, those are the modifications and the agenda item presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that we have some stakeholders here in the audience, and I believe maybe even on available for public comment.
All right, thank you. And just a reminder to people, when you do get to public comment, if you're interested and you're listening at home, do press *9 to raise your hand now so that we know you're there. Any supervisors have any questions? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I see some of the fisheries here, and I'm sure the tribes are here also. But the traumas and the fisheries effect and everything else. Should we be hearing a report on a little bit more of this before we? Because I don't understand. I understand the impacts it's going to have on everybody to a certain extent, and because we lived this 3 years ago. But I want to know what the exact impacts are going to be before we go any farther, so we don't, at the end of this, we end up with poof, it's gone. So if that, to further that, so more definition rather than changing a few words on a resolution, I'd like to see a little bit more explanation of why we're changing what words to where, why fisheries. I understand fisheries should probably be leading the way because that's what's going to be affected the most, I think, but I'm not sure till I get told either which way. And I'd like to have more diverse discussion about it before we go any farther with this. And then, is this just for our own? This doesn't get sent to anybody. This is just for our own legislative platform. Is that what we're leading up to?
Part of this is about legislative advocacy. It's also partly to direct, there's direction within the resolution to direct staff to work with all these community stakeholders to help advocate and to help mitigate impacts, and also make sure that the community takes part in the benefits associated with the project. And this resolution is not preempting any future decisions. This is about bringing the entire community together in this project as we go and discover more about the project and engage in more discussions about it. It's making sure that we're all working together to explore this entire project.
And I understand the fact that, and I thank you for working so hard on a short week to get this put together. but maybe we should have waited for a longer week to make sure we got everything included in there that we needed. Would have been a little bit more, because I've got quite a few emails on this, and not very many of them saying, hey, this is great stuff.
And thank you for that. And
You're welcome.
This is not the last step in any of the processes. There's going to be significant future public discussion on offshore wind. Again, this is just about making sure that the community is being brought together to discuss all of these potential impacts and anything related to this project. This is not about making sure that the project is ultimately approved. This is about bringing the community together for the discussion.
And the cost for all this will be offset by the cost for the meetings and staff time and everything else is going to be covered how?
So there's several different ways that those costs can be funded. There's significant grant funding available by the state and federal governments. They are significantly invested in offshore wind development. The state has targets of 30 gigawatts by, I think, 2030 to be implemented off the coast of California. And they have, the different departments have put out many grants to help staff, county.
I see there's a lot of money out there. I just want to
There's a lot of money out there.
We're going to
And
get our little piece of the pie, so we're not, Okay, thanks.
So I do have some other supervisors. I just wanted, if I can ask this one quick one. Is part of the reason we have this because we'd like to have it before the 6th? Isn't that the big day? So part of it is going in and saying, hey, these are some of the people that we're working with. I mean, the community's behind this. A little clarification on that would be great for me. And I know Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson both had their hands up. Sorry for sticking in, guys. I was just wanting to get that little piece.
Yeah, no, that's correct, Chair Bass. December 6th is the lease auction that the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management is holding. And part of the reason, the timing for this item is to communicate out to our community and potentially project developers that Humboldt County is together in this process. As we go forward, we are hoping to establish a great partnership with any project developers that do win the lease auctions. There are two different auctions that or two different lease areas that are being auctioned off, but those developers should know that Humboldt County is together, and we look forward to developing a great partnership with whoever wins those auctions.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Yeah, I certainly share a lot of Supervisor Bohn's concerns about, identifying impacts as early as we can in the process. I think this is a good step forward. I think that reaching out now to all of these partners is imperative, and I think if we've learned anything, that's probably one of the primary lessons we've learned in all these types of projects. And so I applaud the work of staff for reaching out, and clearly fisheries is a very important topic in regards to how all this works. I'm hopeful that we can figure that all out and find appropriate mitigations that make it work. I'm hopeful that because it's so far offshore that it has less impact than it might if it were closer to the shore. And reaching out to the tribes early on in a very important way, not just sort of window dressing, but actually engaging them. Applauds for that as well. And trades, workforce development. I mean, I think we're all hopeful that this might really put a big surge into some really good, high-paying, quality jobs for our community. And I see that we've got some labor representatives here today. I'm sure they're going to offer some comments. I'm assuming that one of the best ways to provide us with comments might be to actually have a very short, I would like to see this added, whereas, that would be a great way to get input in terms of helping us to, perhaps we approve this today. If not, it definitely gives us the input we need to make it a better document. So I look forward to that input and seeing where we can move that forward. If we weren't involved at this early stage, we would have not been able, through the core process and others, to establish some very significant percentage bases for those community benefits that would accrue to this community. And I certainly do not know all of the details. I'm trying to catch up on that. But as I understand it, if we weren't at the table right now, we would not have accomplished that. And those are big numbers. Those are really big things going on. I look forward to hearing more about all those details. So thank you, Sean, for yours and staff's work in bringing this forward.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Wilson and Bushnell. Trying to add your two names together. Bushnell.
I just want to address so the sort of the timing with relationship to the offshore leasing, is coming in. We're gonna find out more here in the next couple of weeks with relationship to that. And this is really a message to those folks that will be bidding on those auctions that this community is firmly planted and in our defense of this space with relationship to all the values that we have with regards to that, but also leaning into the potential for opportunity associated with that as well. This does not preordain decision-making processes, and nor does it say that this is going to happen or not happen. But what we really do need to be is out in front of this movement that's occurring with relationship to offshore wind. There is a reason why this community has been identified as a potential for this nationally significant potential project. We have to recognize that and be thoughtful as we move forward. And it is very important, and I want to thank all the folks that have worked diligently on coming together to show these developers and our state and national decision makers that we have unity in that. Now, we're humans, and there are bumps and imperfections within all of those groups of folks that we're working with. I mean, within the organization itself, of folks that are identified within this. But mostly what we're doing is messaging that we take this very seriously. We're not going to we're going to do our best to not let something happen to us, but actually make sure that we're as much as possible in the driver's seat. There are a ton. If something like this is to occur, there are innumerable challenges and infrastructure and programmatic things that we're going to need to make sure that this community is trying to think of the right word here. It's not just compensated. I appreciate that it's not just compensated, but really it is just in control of the destiny as best we can be. And so I'll just leave it at that. I just appreciate the staff time on this. I appreciate the organizations, Core Hub and the fisheries organizations and the tribal organizations, and then the other organizations that have also been involved as both academic and labor to come together and really begin these important discussions. Again, this is not a preordained outcome. This is just us really working hard to make sure that we are as much in the driver's seat as possible for our community.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So the changes that were initiated that you highlighted in your presentation, they were reactionary to comments you had received or concerns?
That's correct. We, last week, we had sent out, or I had sent out the agenda to a lot of different stakeholders, and this was a result of comments that I had received after I sent the final version out.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, any other questions or comments from supervisors before we go to public comment? Supervisor Wilson?
It was mentioned by Supervisor Madrone with relationship to the increases that we had seen in the community benefits agreement portion of the potential leasing agreements. I want to point out that this is just the beginning, that those numbers may have increased, and for folks that maybe are unfamiliar, these leasing agreements that are, or this leasing process that have been put out there, there's a piece of that there's credit given to potential offshore wind developers with relationship to the percentage of investment within the community that's diverted off of those leases, and they get credit for investing in this community as opposed to just putting that leasing money or a portion of that leasing money into the federal coffers. If this moves forward in the way that these things may or may not occur, it is incumbent upon us and this community to not end our request with relationship to the percent with relationship to these CBAs, but to increase that. And yes, we have increased that, but we're always going to be seeking more. It is to the benefit of anybody who wants to do business in this community with relationship to this or anything else, that our infrastructure and programmatic needs are met, so that we're able to actually participate and be beneficial within that construct. So it doesn't end with this one CBA. We're going to need partnerships to ask for funding way beyond what's in this CBA and extend beyond that. So I just want to be clear, this doesn't end today with relationship to those or with this one agreement. It's going to be ongoing. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to public comment at this point, and we'll go to those first that are on the phone. And if you're interested, please press *9 so we know you're there. And then we'll go to those who are in person with us here. So we'll start with 7454.
Well, I hope you can hear me. I'll let you know. I think Sean's got Virginia's old mic or something, because it's totally breaking up. We weren't getting it through the phone system. So at least most. Thank you, Sean, for working with the people here. I'm going to kind of work backwards on this thing. I'm not totally understanding if there's any money involved in this at all at this time. It says there's credit, but it's not specific. And so I went back to an article I saved from the Times Standard, I think on the 16th. And I'm going to hit a few highlights up there. It says, on Tuesday, oil companies Equinor and BP created a $5 million community grant fund in New York. It's starting to sound like that wasn't required, but to get their way, they were going to do it. Comments in that same article said, I and many others assume both state and federal agencies would ignore us, Stevenson said, so we make public comments and create the Ocean Environment Legal Defense Fund, assuming we will win in the end, suing over violations of a list of protective federal acts and regulations. This is how the people on the East Coast are having to play hardball to get what they want. It's quite an interesting article in there. It says, we don't want this here in any way, shape, or form, said resident Susan Hornick, a leader of local opposition plan. The city's concerns about damage to the environment, the possibility of higher rates being charged to consumers, general lack of certainty about what is brand new industry in this country. So anyway, I think we're going to have to put together a group to get these benefits. I did also see, and there was some totally different comments made in this package. One being in the summary as far as the bid changes, it goes in the workforce training, it goes proposed lease stipulation for construction project labor agreements, PLAs. And then that gets watered down to next to nothing with a final notice that says lease stipulations recommending using reasonable efforts for construction project agreements, PLAs, which kind of totally leaves that up in the air. Doesn't have the specificity I think we require. I strongly suggest that you get this off in a timely manner, hopefully wordsmith a few more things if the tribes and or labor feel there is appropriate to add one more whereas, each of them or two. Highly recommend you take the time to go ahead and do this. This is the most important thing probably of the decade as far as potential projects. We do get other bites at the apple. We do, my understanding is there will be a NEPA project NEPA concerns being addressed for the offshore, and then if we have landings, we get CEQA. And that's where we actually get input, is if they're landing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and listen to the other people out there. I appreciate them taking the time to show up. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go to 6217. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. (6217). You looks like you're unmuted. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, this is Matthew Marshall. I'm the Executive Director of the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, which, if folks aren't familiar, we're a joint powers agency of the County of Humboldt and all the cities and the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. And as the Board of Supervisors knows, we've been working on offshore wind for quite some time, 2016, actively since 2016, and hoping to see it be a successful endeavor here. And so I'm just commenting to encourage the board to adopt the resolution. I think for some of the reasons stated, that it indicates that the community is not necessarily opposed to this, but we also are very committed and unified in wanting to see it done right and in a way that brings benefits to our community. And I think it's appropriate to signal that with this resolution in advance of the auction, so that developers understand that the community is united in wanting to see a successful approach, and not just a successful approach for the developers, but for the community as a whole as this moves forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Matthew. Okay, now we'll go to those who are with us in public. It'd be easier if everyone could get to stand at the side of the room, so we can just file up one after the other. So if you're interested in talking, that'd be the great idea. And we'll start with Ken. Welcome.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Ken Bates. I'm here with 2 hats on today, even though I have no hat on. The first one is Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association, which is the local fishermen's association that's been here since 1955. And the second one is the California Fishermen's Resiliency Association, which is a new nonprofit that's funded by Ocean Protection Council. We have membership from Santa Barbara to the Oregon border. I would like to start by thanking Supervisor Wilson, and especially thanking Sean Quincy for the time that they have taken to listen to our suggested additions to the resolution. We're happy with what they've done. I think that they've tempered down some of our stuff, but I think it gets our message across, so we're appreciative of that. We look at this resolution as the first step, and that's the second thing. Supervisor Bohn has brought up the question about impacts. The California Fishermen's Resiliency Association right now has a 10-page white paper on impacts that we expect to see. And so something like that would be a discussion. I could burn a couple hours of your time. I appreciate what's gone on today, and we look forward to working with you guys in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ken. Welcome, Jeff.
Good morning, Chair Bass, supervisors. I'm Jeff Hunterlock with the operating engineers. Regarding the item, labor would have liked to had some input. We are part of the community. Sean, I know, I'm grateful for all the hard work the staff has done on this document. We're here to put people to work. Not just that are already union members. We're here to utilize California approved apprenticeship, which is going to happen anyway. So having some add-ons in a document like this where it can be utilized. Look, we need to have like some more absolute of what's going to happen with these jobs. The core hub, I'm part of the core hub. The fisheries, I'm part of the fisheries. This is a community-based document, and labor's part of the community. We have over 20,000 members here in Humboldt County, and we're not being asked, hey, what do you guys think? Or do you need something added? I mean, look, I know the document needs to get out before the auction. I totally agree with that. I think it sends a very, very strong message. We would like to see some add-ons in, absolute on project labor agreements where applicable, California approved apprenticeship where applicable, MC3
this MC3 program we're doing here just for offshore wind through Connie Stewart. It's a partnership, guys, and we just want to be part of, we want to be, in the mix. And I think labor, look, I've been doing this since 2016 for offshore wind, and I'm not the only one. Everybody here has been doing it. I mean, look, I've been to Europe. I've been on the East Coast, the West Coast. I've spent a lot of time trying to generate opportunity here in Humboldt County. So I am part of the equation, and not just Jeff Hunterlock, the operating engineers and the Humboldt Del Norte building and construction trades. We're part of the mix, and we just want to be included. So thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. I hope you all had just a wonderful Thanksgiving, and looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Welcome, Brenda.
Thanks for that, Jeff. Too. Hi there. Good morning, Chair Bass, esteemed supervisors and county staff. Sean, thank you so much. It's just a real pleasure to come before the board this morning in person. To introduce myself, I'm Brenda Lipper, the CEO with Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild Rivers Community Foundation, and senior advisor and one of the founders of the Core Hub, which is being incubated at the foundation. The Core Hub stands for Climate and Community Resilience Hub. The Core Hub began convening an offshore wind community benefits network over 6 months ago, and actually we began convening a conversation with partners like Matthew Marshall, who called in and commented shortly after the episode that we had sort of in the region with the Terrigen offshore wind experience, specifically to address some of the commentary, Supervisor Bohn, that you brought up about how does this never happen again in this way, was the catalyzing moment for we need renewable energy, we need industry, we need good jobs, and we need to protect our cultural assets, our resources, equity, and tribal community in the region. So with that moment, we began thinking about how could we form a community coalition in the way that you just heard Jeff talk about, where everyone is at the table advocating for collective benefits and a vision for our community. Offshore wind, as you know, is a once in a multi-generation opportunity for the region for economic development, strengthening our energy infrastructure, which is desperately needed, and being a part of national and global climate resilience transformation as we see in the region. We have a rare opportunity to deliver significant outcomes for the well-being of our community and be a model for the entire country, including equity and empowerment to our indigenous peoples and tribal lands, building a strong and diverse workforce and training ecosystem, addressing climate and environmental impacts, including opportunities to partner on research and an evaluation, and leveraging offshore wind investment, commercial fisheries, finding opportunities to build its resilience and mitigate any impacts to that industry, and other opportunities here to marshal the resources that are coming down from the federal government with the Department of Energy investments, with the Department of Housing, Commerce, and others, and advocating for policy around this. I strongly advocate endorsing this policy.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Sorry. Just a reminder, I'm pretty strict on the 3 minutes just so it's fair for everybody. I'll apologize. Welcome, Rob.
Hi, good morning. Rob Holman, Humboldt Bay Harbor District. I just want to open with saying thank you to the board and your staff for the county's consistent leadership and forward-thinking strategy on planning for offshore wind and its impacts and its benefits. As you likely know, the district is actively working on developing a heavy lift port terminal to support offshore wind, not just for the Humboldt call area, but for all future wind areas on the West Coast. And so our project is big. We appreciate the county support on that. And we look forward to working with you to prepare for the needed infrastructure, redeveloping coastal dependent industrial lands throughout the Bay, enhancing our transmission, preparing for workforce, and evaluating community benefits, all while supporting the fishing fleets, our legacy economy, and labor and other stakeholders. So with that, the Harbor District supports your resolution and thanks you for your leadership.
Thank you, Rob. And anyone else care to comment on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go back to the board, and there were some suggestions, Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson, unless I did want to ask staff if Sean, if he heard anything he would like to address, if that's all right, that he caught from the comments. Or we can go to board members first. Okay, sorry. Supervisors Madrone and then Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So Marshall, the resources, did you mean Matthew Marshall bringing forward the resources? So I didn't hear any specific add-ons in terms of language to add from the labor representative and or others. So is it safe to assume that there's an agreement that time is of the essence here in terms of getting this out, which the only way that's going to happen is if we do it today, without any modifications or changes, other than the ones that have been presented to us that were shown on the screen. So is it safe to assume, I guess I would like to ask Mr. Hunterlock to come back up, if I may, Madam Chair.
This is a question. Sure, that's fine.
Thank you. So the question is, it sounded like you, number one, you would like to be considered ahead of time and for us to be reaching out to labor in a more timely manner to make sure that we have your input.
Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
I think we heard that very clearly, and I know staff's committed to doing that and did their best in a short week. But given that, and you didn't offer any specific amendments or additions, so is it safe to assume that you're okay with moving forward with it as it is right now, but in the future, please reach out more to labor?
Yeah, and I don't believe it's the last bite at any apple. You know, labor's going to do its part through the whole process, but yeah, I would assume, look, we have to get this done. We're community partners. It sends a very, very strong and clear message. You know, I would have liked to had some add-ons requested, you know, but at this time, unless they can do it right now here today, you know, utilizing California approved apprenticeship somewhere in there, that would be awesome. And, you know, the MC3 program, which is, you know, it's all workforce development issues. And look, without the California approved apprenticeship on all of these projects, then we don't get to have a robust apprenticeship organization here other than what we have already. And we really, really need to go up the hill and have, you know, every labor union with a new apprenticeship program up here. That's our vision, you know. So I would like to see some things added, but due to the time, you know, constraint, look, it's not our last bite at the apple. I just wanted to be heard today, and I thank you, Supervisor Madrone, and the rest of the board.
Could you explain MC3, please?
Yeah, and there may be another question for you. Since Supervisor Wilson, Madrone asked you another question.
Yes, MC3, could you explain that, please?
Pardon?
MC3.
California core curriculum. It is put out by the National Building Trades. We're actually having 2 classes this year through Cal Poly. We have a partnership with the local building trades, but it is through the National Building Trades. We're going to be slated to have 15 students, and you know, with language that I'm talking about in these up-and-coming contracts, whether manufacturing or any other construction projects on the peninsula here or in the area, it actually puts these people to work when they graduate. It gives them direct entry through this program. It's a multi-core curriculum. We've done 2 classes in the last 2 years, 15 graduates, and we were only able to place 3 people in each class. So, you know, we go through all the training, spend all the money, and do all the outreach, but at the end of the day, if we don't have the projects, then we are going to have the projects. Mm-hmm. And this is a good way, by having language in there, it solidifies that these folks are going to get a job here in Humboldt County and be able to raise a family here in Humboldt County and not have to leave the area to make a living.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Any more questions?
We'll let you know. We'll let you get comfy, and then we'll call you back. No, I think we're good. Generally, we don't pull people out, but you do have a question for Jeff or for? No. Okay. Well, I have something. I had Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson, and then you, unless you had a question.
You're next.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone, Bohn. You guys are the same.
I think the comments from Mr. Hunterlock speak to imperfections that will be consistent through this process, no matter what we do. I want to speak to that, the concern, or, you know, the goal is to have all the voices. The reality is the capacity of time and resources to get everybody in these spaces consistently and all the time. The effort is valiant, and everyone is trying very, very hard, I believe, from what I've seen and observed, to do that. I just think that we're all going to have to be flexible and forgiving and understanding of each other throughout these processes as we move forward, and understand that overall the goal is community resilience and strength for everybody, and we're going to have to work harder to have more of these processes. With that, I think that the resolution as it stands and with the comments and changes that have been made is where we need to be today in order to show the world our community's understanding where we're at now, and so when we're ready to vote on this, I'm happy to make a motion, or anyone else can as well. So, thanks.
Thank you. Hold on a second. I had Supervisor Bohn, but then the CAO had her hand up, and then Supervisor Madrone. So, Supervisor CAO Hayes, did you have a
I just
comment?
wanted to make a suggestion to a proposed modification that could include labor's comments in the current resolution. The second to last whereas speaks to stimulating job creation. We could add to that through a prioritized utilization of the California Approved Apprenticeship Program and the California core curriculum known as MC3 to that sentence. And I think that maybe I'm getting a nod from the audience that could address labor's concerns.
Actually, you were making the motion. I know Supervisor Bohn's hand was up, so are you answering what her comment?
Although I like the idea of that, my only concern is that it's pretty granular from a if you look at the rest of the body of the document, it doesn't specifically call out programs, state policy or anything like that. And so from my perspective, as much as I support all of those things, it just seems a bit granular to me. And no offense to labor in this regard. I'm just saying if the rest of the board wants to add that, I would be happy to do that, to move this forward. But it's not something I would add at that level today. That's just me. Uh-oh.
Must be time to go.
Blew a fuse there.
Are we still on?
I don't know what just happened.
This is like a cliffhanger for those on.
So we got to take a break.
We get to take a break. Okay. Supervisor Bohn is next when we come back, if that's all right.
We just called Jesse to see if he'll come over. Yeah, we just called him to see if he came over. It's still, Zoom is still working, and the streaming is still working. But access is and my computer. I don't know. That's why we had all the meeting. Yeah, right. I did that.
Jesse's maybe fix the power
Ken's very
Looks like he's coming back. We'll know when the lights go on. There we go.
Okay, Travis got it. Are you back? Travis just flipped it. It was blacked out there.
All right, we think we're back. All right. None, yes. All right, so Supervisor Bohn, I believe your hand was the next.
Well, I lost. I'm just, no, I'm fine with the way it is.
Supervisor Bushnell? Okay, so I'll come back up to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
If staff could address the question of with relationship to labor, that'd be great.
Yes. Hello, Board. Scott Adair, Director of Economic Development. Our office has been engaged with both union and non-union open shop stakeholders and have been working closely with the trades and construction partners who potentially will be engaged in offshore wind. That engagement is still ongoing and is not concluded. The Workforce Development Board is discussing the workforce impacts to both union and open shop operators and is working through the formation of an ad hoc committee, a special wind ad hoc committee, which has been formed to engage in private sector engagement, to collect feedback so that the workforce development plan can be modified accordingly. That plan ultimately comes to your board for approval. We are also working with other community partners to have an ongoing bi-weekly private sector engagement conversation concerning offshore wind. And the purpose of that conversation is to continue to solicit feedback from private industry and from employers concerning what they need from the county as far as investment and training and capital resources so that they can be prepared for this industry. So I just wanted to share that at that workforce level and also the private sector level, there's still robust engagement occurring. It is not over. And there's still a visioning process and planning which still needs to be completed, which will ultimately be brought back to your board. I don't believe that the resolution today is the end all or be all to what those future conversations are going to look like. And I believe that there's going to be more opportunity for the public and the private sector to weigh in on what those workforce and supply chain and business strategies will look like.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you. I just, going back to the appreciation of where we're at, and I know that we have more work to do, but I want to acknowledge the amount of work that's been put into these discussions through the community. And there are I am in contact with people in the community every day who are like, I don't know anything about this, or I haven't heard. And it's still we still have work to do. But I do want to acknowledge also that from a national perspective, communities that are engaged in what some term I think is the just transition, which is, you know, this transition nationally with relationship to renewable energy and decarbonization and climate resiliency, that the networks that have been created thus far in this community are actually pretty advanced and are looked at from other places as really far ahead. And I want to acknowledge the work of Humboldt Area Foundation and RCEA and our staff and many others that have been engaged in this and with that and just understanding that. So. Right, and just, you know, staff in general, but just an acknowledgement again that when I look at other communities on the West Coast of the United States and where they're at in terms of like trying to get their coalitions together to address these changes, we're pretty robust comparatively, and we're robust comparatively to places on the East Coast and other spaces. Now, we're a dynamic and complex and diverse community from the perspective of interests, but nonetheless, we're doing the work, and there's more to be done. And with that, I'm ready to make the motion to move forward with staff recommendation for this resolution and for the changes that were recommended. And I recommend a yes vote.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, and to clarify, the changes were the ones that we saw on the screen.
Okay, so we have a motion that says, and a second. Any further conversation? All right, Nikki, do you want to do roll call? Or do you want to do, which one do you want?
No.
No.
All right, roll call it is. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now we're going to move on to our department reports. The first couple of them come to us from the clerk of the board. And the first is regarding the appointment of chair and vice chair for the Board of Supervisors calendar year 2023. Welcome, Ms. Hayes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The item before you today is for your board to make an appointment of your chair and vice chair for the calendar year 2023. And with that, I'll take it back to the board.
All righty, Supervisor Wilson.
First of all, I want to acknowledge that typically we've done this schedule-wise in terms of like moving this forward with relationship to supervisor of the district. Numeral 1 was, you know, chair, and 2 was vice chair, and then just move forward like that every year. I want to acknowledge that we didn't do that last year. We were, you know, somewhat deep in still dealing with COVID, things like that, and I saw the kid at home and some other things, and I want to acknowledge and thank Chair Bass for, should have been or could have been or whatever under those premises would have been chair this year. I'm happy that and thankful to Chair Bass for taking that role for me, and I really appreciate that very, very much. It gave me some space to be able to do the things I needed to do to survive in those times, and so I appreciate that. Under an assumption that we move back into that same format, I will make a motion that in this next year, we have Supervisor Madrone as chair and Supervisor Bohn as vice chair, in keeping with that tradition. And that's my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We will go to public comment. We do have one hand up on the line. We'll go there first, and then we'll come to those who are with us in person. 7454.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Well, those of us on the phone are only getting parts and pieces of your conversation, so I have to resort to the TV. So there is a time lag sometimes. So appreciate the chance to comment, even with the technology problems we're having. So I find it interesting, and I never did quite understand. Maybe it was a reason for Steve Madrone to win this so he could be chair. Where somebody is in the chamber, if they're only in there one term, their chances of them being a supervisor, being a chair, are minimized, obviously. So I guess technically, Michelle Bushnell may never be chair if she doesn't run or isn't reelected, and same with Miss Arroyo, may not be chair because of how things are run. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but anyway, the rotation should be able to be adjusted, and I do appreciate Virginia deserves hazard pay for chairing for an extra year here. Thank you, Virginia, and I think Mike skated on that one. But anyway, I do always question why there can't be some kind of consideration in the future to align this, so if somebody is there, they can be chair at least maybe the last year of their term or something like that. So just a thought, you might consider a little bit different policy on this as far as I can see, as far as being practical and common sense. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And no other hands up there. Anyone else? Anyone here in public, with us today that wants to comment? Doesn't appear to be. Nikki, I think we are, well, Supervisor Madrone, are you willing to accept the
Hazard pay, interesting.
Hazard
I think you certainly deserve it. I would like to add that to the no. No, I too want to thank Supervisor Bass for having chaired us for 2 years in a row. And as an incoming chair, potentially, based on how the vote goes, it's been great mentoring for me. Just to watch how you handle things and how you manage the meetings and stuff like that. Of course, it depends on all 5 of us working together. And so I just want to thank you for your extraordinary service the last couple of years.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to do this. I've enjoyed it, and trying to figure out if I'm going to watch from home still. I can't believe. No, I know. No, I shouldn't do that. All right. Any other comments? Ready to vote? I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. And next, this one is also coming to us from the clerk's office, and it's regarding the appointment to the Shelter Cove Resort Improvement District. So,
Good morning. Hi, I'm Tracy D'Amico with the Clerk of the Board's office. Before you today is the consideration of an appointment to the Shelter Cove Resort Improvement District. On November 1st, the Board of Supervisors was noticed that a vacancy was occurring. Applications were accepted. There were 3 applications: Janet Evans, Sean Finley, and Seth Plank. The Improvement District did submit a letter of recommendation for the appointment, but this is an at-large membership. That is why it's coming from the Clerk of the Board's office, so it's board discretion on appointment. I did contact all of the applicants and included them the Zoom invite if they wanted to make public comment today. So,
all right, thank you. And we'll do that under the public comment period. Is that what you told them? Okay. Any questions before we go to public comment? All right, so I do see one hand up, 7314. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Just press *6 to unmute. Time delay, I think. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning, and you have 3
Am I-
minutes. Yes, you do. You are on, and you have your 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Susan Fox. I'm the Resort Improvement District's Board Vice President and was selected to represent the board on the agenda item 22-1490. The Resort Improvement District Board was not only very impressed with Janet Evans' extensive resume, but with her active leadership, volunteerism, and commitment to the Shelter Cove community. Thank you for your time, and I'll remain on the line if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. I don't see any other hands up on the public. And we're going to come back to those here. No one's interested here in talking? Yes, Supervisor Bushnell?
I would like to make a motion that we
Can we get the motion first?
appoint Janet Evanson to the RID district, to the board.
That'd be easier for Nikki to get that. And there's been a motion and an early second. Any other? Looks good to me.
Having looked at the resumes, the standout, so.
All right. We've had public comment. I guess we are ready to vote.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item comes to us from the County Administrative Office, and it's regarding additional fiscal year 21-22 grand jury responses. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn this over to our CAO.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Before your board today are the board's recommended responses, and with us is Kati Gallardo, Public Information Specialist in the County Administrative Office, to present this item.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. As Alicia mentioned, my name is Kati Gallardo, and I'm the Public Information Specialist in the County Administrative Office. Before discussing the findings and recommendations...
Kati, can I just, we are getting comments that people aren't being able to hear who's ever on the speaker, so just either speak closer or maybe try the other microphone. I just realized that you're soft-spoken as it is, so I just want to make sure. Yeah, put them together.
How's that?
We hope
a little better?
We hope okay. We'll find out.
Let me know if you need me to be louder. All right, so before discussing the findings and recommendations of 3 reports today, I want to express our sincerest gratitude to the members of the grand jury for their hard work that went into these detailed reports. The first report before your board today is a response to the 21-22 grand jury report titled Distrust, Disagreements, and Dysfunction. This report details the grand jury's investigation into the Humboldt County's financial management and practices, which identified deficiencies regarding the performance of the county's former auditor-controller, including the failure to meet legally required deadlines for filing financial reports. The report also acknowledged that some improvements were made to update the county's accounting practices by the former auditor-controller, including addressing policies that had not yet been previously followed, and noted that this progress was hampered due to poor interdepartmental communication. And a lack of communication was a common theme found throughout this report. The grand jury requested responses from the former auditor-controller, the interim treasurer tax collector, the sheriff, the director of public works, and the director of health and human services, and our county administrative officer and your board. The responses from county departments were presented and approved by your board in August. Many of the proposed responses from your board are aligned with departmental responses that your board previously approved and are in the process of being implemented by the auditor controller are in the process of being implemented by your board, as they must be implemented by the auditor controller as an independently elected official. Today, I will briefly summarize a few draft responses. Regarding recommendations from your board, I think that's better, that have not yet been presented. You may receive the proposed responses and approve them or modify them as you deem appropriate. It should be noted that the Board of Supervisors has limited tools to direct the actions of the Auditor Controller as an independently elected official. The board collectively leads the County of Humboldt and is ultimately responsible for the financial well-being of the organization and its response to the identified deficiencies regarding the performance of the county's former Auditor Controller could not prevent said deficiencies from occurring. In 2018, your board placed a measure on the ballot for voters to decide whether the position of Auditor Controller and Treasurer Tax Collector should become one position, known as the Director of Finance, and whether that position should be appointed by the Board of Supervisors. If passed, it would have allowed your board to more effectively and quickly solve finance-related issues while ensuring an experienced, qualified individual serves in that role. Since this report was last presented, the current Auditor Controller submitted a budget proposal to the CAO for fiscal year 22-23, which was incorporated into the fiscal year 22-23 budget adopted on September 27th. Therefore, the recommendation that the Auditor Controller follow established procedures by submitting an annual budget proposal to the CAO for fiscal year 22-23 has now been implemented. It was also recommended that the Auditor Controller submit a plan to meet operational requirements, including staffing requirements needed to achieve the plan's goal, which has been implemented. The CAO and new Auditor Controller have worked together to determine the needs to meet operational requirements and available resources in fiscal year 22-23. During the September budget hearing, your board approved allocations of $200,000 for staffing and consultants, $735,000 for renovation and ADA updates pertaining to the auditor's office, and $439,000 for internal revenue service penalties and interest for late payroll tax payments and quarterly filings. These allocations were finalized with the adopted budget on September 27th. The grand jury also recommends that when notified of conflicts between elected and appointed officials, your board act promptly to investigate and take necessary actions. The recommended response from your board is that this will be implemented. This concludes my summary of this report, and as mentioned previously, you may receive the proposed responses and approve them or modify them as you deem appropriate. We have CAO Hayes and CFO Miller, and I believe our interim Auditor Controller is on Zoom to answer any questions or to discuss this report in further detail. And if not, I can move on to our next report.
Thank you, Kati. I think you can move on unless there's, I want to recognize we do have the interim Auditor Controller in here. She was wanting to say anything, but she's not standing up jumping. But thank you, Cheryl, for being here.
All right, so I'll move on to our next report if there are no questions. And our next report is titled Custody, Corrections, and Other County Facilities. Per Penal Code 919B, the grand jury each year visits and evaluates the physical condition and management of public prisons. It should be noted that the Eel River Conservation Camp is the only prison in Humboldt County. In addition to this, the grand jury inspects the county's correctional facility, and in addition, a non-exhaustive list of other facilities the grand jury expected include Juvenile Hall, Semper Virens, the Coroner's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and several others detailed in their report. This report found concerns around deferred maintenance, safety, functional issues, mental health, and substance use disorders, which impact systems of care, vacancies in positions, and the need for housing. In addition to your board, the grand jury requested responses from the sheriff, this county administrative office's information technology division, DHHS, and human resources. The responses from county departments were previously presented and approved by your board, and today I will briefly summarize the draft responses from your board. While many of the recommendations in this report have merit, staff is proposing that the grand jury requests for funding and facility upgrades come during the budget process to ensure the county can identify sufficient revenues for requested expenditures, which include, but are not limited to, electronic lock upgrades for the sheriff's office armor room, the purchase and installation of doors for the Swap Farm barn, planning and purchasing property for the construction of a new Office of Emergency Services facility, hiring a civilian analyst to the Public Administrator's Office to manage public administrator duties, purchasing storage containers designed for all high-density data storage media at the Sheriff's Boatyard, the purchase and construction of a structure at the sheriff's boatyard to house vehicles and equipment, and also remodeling and upgrades at the boatyard, including office space, security system, video surveillance system, parking lot, fencing, and gates. It should also be noted that some facilities included in this report are leased facilities, including the sheriff's boatyard. Public Works staff notes that even if additional funding is identified, significant investment in a leased facility may be difficult to justify without the commitment from the landlord or for a reduction in rent or other concessions. As far as the sheriff's office goes, the recommendation that your board prepare a plan that combines 4 dispatch centers into 1 centralized dispatch center by March 31st of next year, and prepare a request for proposals for the construction of a new dispatch center by June of next year is already in the process of being implemented. It is important to note that combining dispatchers from different agencies into one facility provide dispatch services has ramifications beyond providing the service and requires review with labor groups. This action could also require changes in compensation for staff. Combining the 4 dispatch centers also requires cooperation from all city jurisdictions. At this time, the cities have not expressed an interest in consolidating dispatch services with the county. The county last year issued an RFP for cooperative dispatch services and was awarded a contract to CAL FIRE for those services. Additionally, the Sheriff's Office has added additional dispatchers and upgraded its equipment in recent years. Additional equipment, staff, and training may be needed in order to have the Sheriff's Office provide those services. And regarding OES, your board in fiscal year 1920 allocated $1.6 million general fund and more than $370,000 from the governor for a generator upgrade project to supply power to OES and other critical functions within the courthouse. Therefore, the grand jury's recommendation that your board approve funding for a reliable generator with sufficient fuel storage to assure continuation of OES functions and mandates during a prolonged emergency situation is already in the process of being implemented. As far as correctional facility goes, the grand jury recommends your board request that DHHS, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, local hospitals, and community health centers meet jointly to develop a comprehensive action plan with a 3-fold focus to address the increased flow of fentanyl, high-potency methamphetamine, and other dangerous illicit drugs into our county. Also, to provide appropriate services for users experiencing serious physical and mental health issues, including brain damage resulting in violent behavior, and examine the stigma associated with seeking appropriate behavioral health and treatment services. DHHS staff notes that creating a comprehensive and actionable plan to address these areas requires significant coordination with multiple agencies around the county, many of whom are not under the direction of your board. That being said, DHHS is actively working with the Sheriff's Office and other community partners to prevent or lower the use and address the impacts of fentanyl and other drugs in the community, and providing services to those experiencing behavioral health issues. While the negative impacts of fentanyl and methamphetamines persist in our communities, behavioral health continues to support medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, services throughout the county by appropriately assessing and diagnosing individuals with substance use disorders and working to get them access to desired care. DHHS Behavioral Health was instrumental in applying for and obtaining grant dollars to support MAT in the county. Additionally, DHHS's Public Health Healthy Communities Division has staff in the Prescription Safe Humboldt Coalition, which provides a unique space for drug prevention and drug treatment entities to collaborate. Regarding sempervirens, the grand jury recommends that the Board of Supervisors complete and approve the countywide facilities master plan effective at the end of this year. However, the county continues to finalize the facilities master plan, and it anticipates it will be brought before your board and approved in 2023. As far as general facilities go, staff recommends that the board implement the grand jury's recommendations to issue an official proclamation of support and appreciation for county volunteers and promote county volunteer recruitment on existing county websites, county printed advertisements, and at Board of Supervisors meetings. The county is already in process of implementing the grand jury's recommendation that your board provide sufficient funding to allow preventative maintenance to be in place with the next fiscal year budget, as your board has adopted a deferred maintenance policy requiring 2% of the total deferred maintenance cost to be contributed toward this purpose each fiscal year. Additional funding, staff, and professional services are required to provide sufficient funding for preventative maintenance. This concludes my summary of this report, and I believe Director Mattson is here to answer questions detailed in this report, if you have any.
All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing none, I'll move on to the next report, which is titled Collaborative Community Quest. This third report before your board today is a response to the 21-22 grand jury report titled Collaborative Community Quest, which focuses on a 4-year process by which Child Welfare Services Division and the Sheriff's Office have sought to achieve compliance with the California's Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act. This report primarily focuses on the collaboration with local tribal communities. The grand jury requested responses from the director of DHHS, the sheriff, and your board approved DHHS's response at a previous meeting. Today, I will summarize the proposed responses from your board. Humboldt County children who are eligible for enrollment or are enrolled in a local tribe represent a significant number of children involved in CWS services investigations and cases relative to the number in the county's population. Understanding this, DHHS CWS has established an Indian Child Welfare Act program and has created a continuous quality improvement program which provides oversight to CWS. Tribal community representatives engage with CWS. However, the board's draft response to the grand jury's finding agrees that tribal community members and compliance monitors have expressed dissatisfaction with the process and outcomes of this engagement. This has been previously acknowledged by DHHS staff. Regarding your board, on February 8th of this year, your board unanimously approved the county's telework policy, which supports the grand jury's recommendation that your board formally support the continuance of a hybrid work model in county departments by which employees are able to work in the office and from home. So this recommendation has already been implemented. Additionally, the grand jury recommends that your board authorize the creation of an independent Office of Tribal Affairs by January 1st of this year. The grand jury recommends that this office advise all county departments and your board on matters of importance to tribal communities and Native Americans wherever they live in Humboldt County, and will encourage collaboration with all Humboldt County government entities. The creation of an independent Office of Tribal Affairs has merit, especially considering the tribal presence in Humboldt County. However, such a recommendation is outside of the scope of this report, as the responsibilities being recommended impact all county departments, the Board of Supervisors, local tribal communities, and additional ongoing funding must be identified before this can be implemented. It should be noted that county departments regularly partner and coordinate with local tribes on matters concerning tribal community members, including an MOU with the Economic Development Division recently worked on with Blue Lake Rancheria regarding economic development matters, the CWS Indian Child Welfare Act program, which provides services and ensures the implementation of all state and federal mandates governing CWS, including emergency response, family wellness court, and family maintenance and family reunification. CWS works with tribal experts on its continuous quality improvement program and workforce development and training program. Public Health is also collaborating with tribal partners at United Indian Health Services on the Suicide and Violence Prevention Program and the North Coast AIDS Project, which provides disease prevention services, overdose prevention, education, and Narcan distribution at locations throughout the county, as well as the public health clinic coordinating with tribes to provide access to COVID-19 testing and vaccination resources. DHHS's behavioral health branch working with tribal partners in collaboration with CWS, also through Family Wellness Court. This is a non-exhaustive list of tribal partnership efforts, and county staff will always do their best to collaborate with local tribes and continue to look for ways they can improve these partnerships. CAO Hayes is here And I believe Director Beck or DHHS staff is here to answer questions if you have any regarding this report. And this concludes my report if you don't have any questions. And I would once again just like to thank the grand jury for all of their work on these reports, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. A lot of area covered. Any supervisors have a comment they'd like to make? Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson.
Thank you for that report. Very thorough, and you clearly heard the comments from the board and incorporated those, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate the hard work of staff, but also the grand jury. I mean, they put a lot of time volunteering to provide us this input and very thoughtful input, and I appreciate that we're providing them with some detailed responses. And in many cases, we're already implementing many of these requests. I will say that in the world of CWS, especially with tribal entities, there's still a lot of issues. And it has nothing to do with staffing per se in terms of their work. They're doing incredible work, trying very hard, but they're severely understaffed, and it has a lot to do with wages. So that's something I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about in the coming months. I've had several requests from tribes to bring forward some of these concerns. Now's not the time to do that. But I do want to mention that staff are doing an incredible job with really limited resources. And we need to think about that and discuss that at a later date. But thank you for your report.
And Supervisor Wilson.
All the same thanks to the grand jury as well as staff who did the responses. Although it was mentioned that it's kind of a little bit out of the scope with relationship to the idea of an Office of Tribal Affairs, which may or may not be staffed by maybe a tribal liaison. That would be something I think I'm in favor of considering. It's not other venues or subject matters that we deal with tribes. And I will say Humboldt County is unique. We have both the largest tribe in numbers and the largest reservation. Both are two different things. But in terms of counties in California, it makes us unique in that regard. And as probably, and I don't know, we may even have the greatest number of individual tribes and rancherias for a county, but I don't know about that. But I will say that we also are engaged in discussions with relationship to rivers and Trinity and the Klamath. I think we could probably do some more work with relationship to the eel, but I think that there's talks there as well. Law enforcement wasn't mentioned, but I know there's a lot of coordination and with relationship to that. And we just heard this morning with relationship to potentials around wind energy and other things. And so we have a lot of work to do in those spaces, and I think that we probably in the next year we'll likely be discussing this recommendation with relationship to how we might do that. So I appreciate that being kind of bubbling to the surface in these discussions, but more than that, I just really appreciate the summary, the way you put it together. I think it reflects what is in these reports, and I concur with those. And that's it.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I want to recognize my old friend Jim Glover, because Jim's been hanging around that next door to us for I don't know how long, and I want to thank our Board of Supervisors staff who assists him in everything he does and they do over there at the grand jury. So I think the appreciation is, it brings light to a lot of things. And it's kind of funny, it was mentioned how a lot of this stuff is in progress. Sometimes this stuff is brought into progress because somebody hears that the grand jury is looking at this. So I says, hey, we better close the gate before all the horses are out. And so thank you for looking into that. Sometimes you only hear one side of a story. We've had those issues come up here recently, and some of those have been rectified. So overall, I know it's been challenging for you guys talking through a little screen rather than having. I enjoyed seeing you all in the hall and thanking you whenever I could. But Jim's been a staple, I know, for I don't know how many years, but I appreciate that and the input you do and our staff. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to thank the grand jury as well, and thanks for the summarization from staff. That was easy to get through with you doing it. There's a lot of great ideas and thoughts that have gone into it, and I look forward to in the next year implementing some of those as well. And with that, I'll make a motion to accept the presentation.
We can still have a second.
Second.
And then we will do public comment. I wanted to obviously thank the grand jury as well. And Jim, I know you're here under many capacities in the hallway, so, but you're steadfast and really dedicated in all that you've done with the county, and I appreciate it. I still remember the first time I got called into the jury, the grand jury. I think I wore the wrong, it's like a silk shirt, really bad thing to wear when you go talk to a grand jury, when you're not really sure what they're going to ask you. And what I've learned is, there are individuals in the community really doing the right thing to try to find the answers and find out where there's pitfalls and make recommendations. And it's not that we don't want to do it all at one time. Often there is some things that stand in the way, but they stay consistent and follow up, and really appreciate all the efforts. So with that, we will go to public comment. There's no one on the phone yet, so if you're interested, press *9. And anyone in the audience care to comment? Yes, you may. Please come forward. Do you want to be a part of the presentation? I can go. You got 3 minutes, Jim.
Thank you for letting me speak. My purpose is basically to comment on the process for approving or not approving recommendations by the civil grand jury. I appreciate the hard work that's been put in by staff to analyze our recommendations, and I know that they are professionals at every step of the way. I just want to remind not only the board but the public that I was a member and foreperson of the 21-22 civil grand jury. I wish to remind supervisors that 19 citizens volunteered their time for over 16 months because of COVID to produce 6 exhaustive reports to hopefully improve our county and its government. That's over 12,000 hours spent in interviews of dozens of witnesses, producing findings, creating recommendations, and corresponding timelines to be completed by the end of our term, which was June. We did our due diligence. But in late June, a county employee let me know that the responses might be late. Well, I wasn't too ruffled by that. I figured we meant a few weeks. However, it's now 5 months after the due dates, or at least 3 months past the due dates, 5 months total. And that is unacceptable by state statute, and it renders useless some of the work and deadlines that we proposed. I understand that much of the response process depends on your reliance on county administrative office, and I appreciate their intentions, and as I said, appreciate their professionalism. But realistically, it is the supervisors who owe this jury and the citizens of the county a more timely and creative consideration after all their work that's been invested, particularly on the subject of the recommendation of the tribal liaison or representative. Just because we propose an idea doesn't mean that has to be the total extent of it. You can take it a lot further if you wish, and I hope you will. In 2023, please expect another set of reports from another jury. There will likely be suggested timelines for implementation and responses. These jurors deserve to believe their efforts are seriously considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Sean, are you here for public comment?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Quincy. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. I appreciate Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer, appreciate Jim's comment, and he is absolutely right. And I want to take responsibility for the lateness of the reports coming before your board. Staff have taken a lot of time to prepare responses, and it was part of my responsibility to review these responses and coordinate a lot of them. There's just, there's been a lot going on with wind and American Rescue Plan Act, COVID. So staff departments submitted their responses on time. The responses submitted by your board were late, and I want to take responsibility for that. So duly noted, Mr. Glover, Grand Jury, we appreciate your work, and we will make sure that this is corrected in the future.
Thank you, Sean. All right, I don't see anyone else here that wanted to comment. I have one hand up online, 7454. You there? Welcome.
I applaud Mr. Glover from coming up, and I totally support everything that he has said regarding this. I understand there are circumstances. I really appreciate Sean coming up and taking responsibility for that and assuring this won't happen in the future. It was alluded to the fact that we're actually in violation, and I don't see any reason for us to go down that pipe and someone to sue the county for not having timely things, but it'd be appreciated if you, and I did appreciate what Rex said. A lot of times just the fact that they are investigating these things causes the departments or the people who are being investigated or looked at to do the right thing in a timely manner. So I strongly applaud that reaction to the investigation. And again, I've always liked to reach out and thank the grand jury for all the time, which you were just told how many hours it is, they put into this with very little thanks, from the public. So I guess all I can do is thank them for myself. So thank you guys for grand jury participation.
All right, thank you. So there's no more hands up. We have a motion, we have a second. Does anyone have another comment? No? Supervisor Bushnell, you kept looking like you might. But.
Thank you. So I wasn't aware that it was late, and that would have been helpful. And maybe in the future, if things do happen to be late and this board's responsible for it, that we could get updated on that. I would appreciate it.
Good comment. All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you all for being here. How long of a break? A 5-minute break? Huh? 10? 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Has been requested. I was trying to move it to 10, but and then we'll be back for our next item. There's like 3 times. And I'm sure he's going to be just hurt so badly. We'll move on to item 4, comes to us from DHHS. It's regarding the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Round 4 funding. And welcome, Robert, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Ward, Housing and Assistance Coordinator with Health and Human Services. We have the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Round 4 application. It's due today. The allocations are not yet known. The state is waiting on HUD to release the results of the 2022 point-in-time count. But there have been some reports in the press, so we're estimating that our allocation is approximately $4.3 million. And we were required to put the application on the agenda, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it. We can use these funds for street outreach, interim housing, permanent housing. That's all we have here.
All right, thank you. And I know there's some people might say that, well, why is this coming on the last day? It's like, well, we were out, we weren't here for meetings, and it's unfortunately just the way it is. And there's a lot of drama surrounding HAP right now, and if people are reading it in the newspaper, there's a lot of confusion. But This is for the next round, and it does need to go in. So I appreciate it. Any supervisors have any questions for Robert? Supervisor Bohn?
And Robert, I heard street outreach, and we've got the vans and stuff like that. How much housing have we created through the first 3 rounds?
That is, a lot of these funds have been used for programs that provide rental assistance and case management services to help people locate housing that already exists in the community and to be able to afford it. So it's not necessarily being used to create new units as it is to make housing affordable to people who otherwise would remain on the streets. There is some funding that's gone into the Providence Mother Bernard House that's helping to create those units. One small piece of that puzzle.
You're talking the one on 4th and...
The old Budget Inn, yep.
Yeah. And they're adding, there's 47 units there, and they're adding 24 more units there?
Well, the last I heard was 50-ish, but I may not be up to date on that. I would like to speak to why this is coming on the last day. The state released the applications on September 30th. They hadn't really given us any instructions. There's a very tight timeline written into the statute. A lot of jurisdictions aren't going to be able to even get to their board by the deadline today, so the state has created a workaround for those communities that aren't going to make it, but we were able to get on the agenda for today. So,
thank you. Any other?
And then I'll go back. Okay, we've got the point and count, the tables and stuff like that. So, all right, I've got it. Forget it.
All right. Well, we will go to public comment. I'm looking, I don't see any more hands up here at the moment. Well, I'll take that back. Supervisor Madrone?
Robert, on the, so much of this stuff is triggered by the point in time count. And we know that we never get everybody. And I know a tremendous effort goes into trying to do that, but have we identified ways that we can actually try and get a closer to 100% count? Because that's going to give us a lot more money. I mean, we could spend another 20 grand getting a better point in time count, and that'll bring in millions, right? So I'm sure there's been some thought into that. Where are we at on that? Because I know that's a really difficult process.
Yeah, the HUD rules around point in time counts make it very difficult. They expect us to go out while it's still dark because at least there's a couple different methods, but the blitz method I've found is more effective at getting a higher percentage of people counted. But, sending volunteers out in the dark in Humboldt County in January, there's just no way that we're going to be able to see everyone. Many people are carefully hidden outdoors, so it's, the more volunteers that we have, the smaller each block of territory we can assign to each team, which can hopefully make the count more accurate, but it's quite challenging.
So what I heard there was that we need more volunteers to make it more accurate, to be safe about making the counts in the dark and out of the area, out of the way areas and stuff like that. So whatever we can do to try and increase that volunteer pool, I think would be time well spent.
And, we had a pretty good group of volunteers, 150 or so, very good coverage. And, a lot of volunteers come back and report, oh, we saw a lot of evidence of people counting, but we couldn't find the actual people. So it's hard to say how much more accurate it can really be. I think we're pretty close, but yeah, some more volunteers could help.
Yeah, just, it all takes more resources. That's the bottom line, to be able to get better numbers. But could there be a dual approach where we go out during daylight hours and really identify where all the camps are and where all the people are? They may or may not be there, and then use that to kind of inform the appropriate data-driven way of doing it in the dark and stuff like that. I mean, again, applause to you and your staff and all those volunteers. Not easy work, but clearly the more we put into that up front, the more we're going to get back. And I know you guys know that.
Yep,
Sorry.
and we do rely on the street outreach teams to help us identify known locations.
Yeah.
So we can notify teams and assign some of the more intrepid volunteers to go into locations where we think we're going to find a lot of folks. Input from law enforcement can also be very helpful there around identifying known locations.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell.
I'd say 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we did a grant, I think, to Cooperation Humboldt, I think, for $475,000 to do point-in-time follow-up, street outreach and stuff like that. Do we have those numbers back yet? And can those numbers be incorporated? Because the HUD requires you to start in the dark. They don't require you to start at midnight, doesn't it? What time do they require you to do the count? Isn't it early a.m.?
Yeah, we've been going out around 6 a.m.
So 45 minutes of dark.
Yeah, some communities do it in the middle of the night. There's some flexibility for rural areas. The issue that HUD has is that if you send people out on the streets of Eureka in the middle of the day, or even 10 a.m., you're going to see people walking around who perhaps were staying at the mission. Well, the people at the mission are counted separately, but they may look like they were unsheltered. So you can't just observe people out on the street during daylight hours and count them.
But when we count, isn't there an interview process when we count them?
Yes.
When you ask them, where did you stay last night?
You attempt to interview every person that you encounter, but a lot of people refuse to even answer that basic question.
No, I understand.
And if they refuse, then you can still use your best judgment, determine that they were unsheltered based on the evidence, and just tally them.
Yes.
The street outreach, Cooperation Humboldt, Arcata House, Soham Housing Opportunities have all been contributing data, but on an ongoing basis. But that's not something that we can use for the point-in-time count specifically, because we have to cover the entire county in this brief window, and the street outreach teams help on the morning of the count, certainly.
So we don't have data from that grant that we gave them?
Oh, no, we certainly do. We just can't use it in the point-in-time count.
So what do you use that?
Well, we use it to meet reporting requirements for the Emergency Solutions Grants program. So programs that are funded by that, every time that they encounter somebody that's unsheltered, they're collecting as much information as they can on them. It gets plugged into the system, and we can see things like how long have they been homeless, disabilities, income, and then we keep recording contacts every single time we encounter them until we either lose track of them or they exit to shelter or housing.
And the reason I ask this, because we get asked the same thing. We seem to spend a lot of money getting data on how many homeless we have, where they're from, we have a lot of data. We give, point-in-time counts, the grants we send people out on and do stuff like that. And then we get more money to count them some more. And it just seems to me we're going to have to do something. I mean, I may even go as far as out on a limb that we may have to go to, I know we're working on a day center that's going to be a combination of both, and it's moving as slow as government moves. But we're going to have to do something. I counted, I think, 19 people this morning sleeping in businesses' doorways this morning coming into work, just because I knew we had this. And I didn't do very thorough. I just 4th and 5th Broadway. We're going to have to do something. And I know it's a mental health issue. I know it's a big issue. But we're throwing a lot of money at it. And the frustration part and it's not from lack of effort on your part, we're just getting a lot of people getting very frustrated that things aren't getting any better. Yeah. And we need to put our heads together. I don't know if it's Supervisor Madrone. He'd like a parking lot, to put them in parking lots. I mean, other people would like tiny homes. Other people would like more apartments. And I mean, we can't build apartments at $400,000 and $500,000 and $600,000 a unit and call them affordable housing. So we need to figure out a way to get something to, especially with this weather that's coming up. I mean, I don't know. I'd almost like to take one of these point in time, or one of these grants that we're counting them with, and spend that $600,000 into getting a building and making it somewhat, weather resistant. I mean, it's not going to be very much weather resistant, but this time of the year we need to do something. And it's frustrating. I guess it's my job sitting up here to find those things, but I need some help from you guys to bring something forward saying, hey, will this work? I mean, we worked on the budget motel quite a bit to get it as far as we've got it. So, and I took Providence to that 4.5 years ago, and we're now working on another one. So, but I know they're doing it in other areas. I see these big grants coming through for other areas, and new startups getting big grants for doing this. And I know it's expensive for us to do it, but.
All right, I do understand Connie has her hand up. I'm not seeing it on my Zoom here, but I've got some sign language from somewhere else. So, Director Beck.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I just wanted to remind everyone that this is one piece of the continuum of care. These dollars are one piece. All of the dollars that we receive, we have to have the data and the outcomes to report to the state and the federal government. Without that data, we would not get money. Robert Ward and other staff and even community partners work really hard to receive all the data that they need to in order for us to pass the audits that we have in order to receive this money. This money has been used for a lot of services because we haven't had historically, only in the last 5 or 6 years, we've had this money for services. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that this is one piece of a really big, awful puzzle that we're working on. And Robert Ward and other staff work really hard to do this work.
If I may add to that, Chair?
Yes, please.
The point of the street outreach is not so much to collect data as it is to attempt to engage people who are unsheltered in a case management program that has specific written goals. Housing usually is the number one thing. So even if we had a lot more interim shelter, it would still be important to have some street outreach to go out and try and convince those people to come inside. And the data helps, it helps keep those programs accountable, because otherwise, who knows what they're doing, right? They could just be going out and chit-chatting, but we have the data, so we know how many people they're attempting to engage, how many contacts it takes to engage them, and so on.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell, sorry, I think you're next.
Thank you through the chair. So I'm wondering, with the count, how percentage-wise, how far do you think that's off? Do you have an idea?
No, it's really difficult to say. We can look at our homeless management information system data and see that over the course of the year, we encountered maybe 1,000 unique individuals. So that's still a bit lower than the number that we find in the point in time count. And then we can look at the number of people engaging or receiving any kind of service, and it's maybe 1,500. So it may be reasonably accurate, but there's nothing else to compare it against where we are attempting to measure the total unsheltered population. Another thing that can help improve accuracy is actually having more people in shelter type projects, because then you know where they are, and even if they refuse to talk to you, you can at least get a head count like we do at the mission.
Yes. Unfortunately, in the unincorporated areas, there aren't a lot of options for shelters. And so, like in Southern Humboldt and probably in Supervisor Madrone's district, there just aren't options there. And I see, part of this money, and I want to recognize what Director Beck said, that yes, it's one piece of the puzzle, but it continues to be frustrations in the unincorporated areas, especially in my district, when solution, and people are working very hard, and I don't want to take away from that, but it doesn't seem to get anywhere. And the obstacles seem to be huge, such as, trying to find housing down there or even a cold weather shelter in the southern Humboldt area. We have snow on Wednesday, and I know there's no shelter down there at all. And so I'm wondering and thank you for the presentation and all that you do. I don't want to take away from that. But I also am wondering, in January, is it one time that you go into the camps to do the point count, or is it multitudes of times?
The blitz count is a one-day count, several hours, starting early in the morning, ending by noon at the latest if you're going really deep into the woods where you're not going to encounter the general public. We do have a shelter program that we're funding in southern Humboldt through Redwoods Rural at the Lone Pine.
It's not really a shelter program, I'm well aware. I mean, it is, but there's 4 rooms available that have been occupied for quite some time.
Should be 10 rooms minimum, but it's quite small.
Yeah, it is. So maybe, and so thank you for that. I'm well aware of that program. Is there any way to, maybe you don't get people to talk to you because it's 6 o'clock in the morning. And so I'm wondering if there's any way to have some kind of variation, or is it not because the state mandates that?
Well, in 2017 and prior years, we used a different methodology. It's called the service-based methodology, where you can go out for up to 7 days and interview people at noon, 6 p.m., whatever time, and you have to ask them, where did you sleep on the night of the count? And using that method, we were in the 700s in 2017. And a lot of people reported that, no, people wouldn't talk to them middle of the day.
Okay.
And so switching over to the blitz count really dramatically increased the count in 2019
Okay.
and 2022.
Well, that's good information. Thank you. And thank you. So I'm going to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation, and thank you for all your work that you do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's a second. Supervisor Madrone, you want to speak as well?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes, please do.
Thank you. Well, thank you again. I think the item before us today is actually pretty straightforward, and so I'm glad that we have the motion and the second there to move forward on that. I also appreciate the opportunity to have a little more discussion. We have a semi-light agenda today. We're certainly not through it, and we have more to come. But I've observed on this board that when we have a lighter agenda, we're able to delve in a little deeper. The whole community is wondering what we're doing about this larger issue, because we're all impacted by it, especially those that are without a house. Can't even find a place to get a shower or whatever. But thank goodness to AHA and the funding from DHHS and the state to have the shower caravan, but then that's going to go away not too soon, not too far in the future. Watching this over the last 4 years, 4 years ago, there weren't the resources that there are today for services in particular, not just for housing, but also for services. And when we've thought about this particular problem of homelessness, it's always seemed to come down to 3 very important items. One was funding to be able to do something about it, whether that's to create housing or whether that's for services in the interim. Partners, nonprofit partners and community partners, churches and others that step up and are willing to submit a proposal and perform services in partnership with the county to try and help these populations. And then the third thing is location. And I would say that that's still the thing that's really hampering us. I think as a county, we've done a great job of bringing forward the emergency shelter crisis declaration, and then now that's been turned into an ordinance that formalizes how we might be able to have safe parking lots or sanctioned camps or where tiny homes and villages can go and things like that. So we've done some great work in that arena. But in my district, I will say that I think the biggest barrier to solving some of this interim problems is location. Nobody wants anything near them, right? The NIMBYism and the rest of it. And when we as a society continue to do that, I would submit that this problem is not going to get solved anytime soon in any way big, because, in order to do something about it, like you said, when people are willing to talk with you or when they come in for services, you're able to get a head count on them. You're able to go, they're using these services in this way, et cetera, and it gives us the data that helps inform how we can do even better with this. But it's that location problem. You know, we've got increased money, we've got increased partners coming forward. We can always use more. Hello out there, but it's the location part. And I often, in discussions with the community, say, all right, you've already got these problems in your neighborhood. Wherever there's a wooded area that provides some shelter and some invisibility, you've got people living there, you know, pretty much in every community in Humboldt County, as well as on doorsteps in plain view, because why? There is an eave that hangs out and keeps them a little bit out of the rain, but not much, right, especially with the weather coming. So there are all these unsanctioned situations happening that are dangerous, they're unsanitary, they're not healthy, they're not good for anybody, but it's what we have. And we're not going to be able to get past that unless we as a community, as a society say, well, if there was something different in my neighborhood that was sanctioned, a safe parking lot or a sanctioned camp with services, with sanitation, and once they're in a place, you can bring services and hopefully start helping people migrate from there to transitional housing or other services. But that requires tolerance, empathy, and all these other things that as a society, if we can find our way to doing that, wouldn't it be better for most neighborhoods to have a sanctioned camp or a safe parking lot that has services than unsanctioned and completely unsanitary situations? I'm convinced that's absolutely true. And I'm saying this because I'm hoping that, you know, in the media coverage that maybe we can try and have that discussion with our community about how we increase our tolerance for not perfect, because there is no perfect, but what might be the steps to get us to a better place. And I think as we are able to do that, there are lots of places in McKinleyville and in my district where we could be doing some things that are in the ordinance for places where you could have these things, whether it's a parking lot or a sanctioned camp or whatever. But it's going to take the community being willing to be tolerant of making those things happen. So sorry for the long diatribe, but that's kind of what I'm struggling with every day. I thought when I came in here 4 years ago, great, we're going to get this done. And there's more money, there's more partners, but locations continue to really stifle our ability to move forward, you know.
May I?
Yes, please.
Respond to that? As far as how to get it done, you know, we have now 3 shelter crisis ordinances, but there's one of them in particular that refers to properties that are owned or leased by the county. So this is how it's been done in almost every other case that I can think of. I know we now have a procedure where people can come forward and do it on private property. I don't hear that we're getting a lot of bites on that. So if you look at, you know, Los Guilicos in Sonoma, for example, it's a county property. They apply the Shelter Crisis Act that allows them to suspend, you know, various state laws that otherwise, you know, make you have to have a full-on building code compliant facility. So if your board is interested in that, the way to really move it forward is probably for the county to lease a property for that purpose.
Great, thank you for that input. I'd be interested, but I'm just one.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I think it was Connie Beck. Didn't you go, Virginia?
I did.
To Santa Rosa to a.
That's great.
And it just opened. I mean, literally, they weren't even near done with it. They hadn't got all the places hooked up, and I think the houses were Pallet. The company was called Pallet, and they had them lined up, and they had services and everything else. I'd I'll make a point to make another trip down there and see what the success ratio of that was, because there was quite a bit of neighborhood pushback on that, because there happened to be some pretty high-end neighborhoods around there. But it was also ended up being a $6 million project, I think, or $5 million project for 60 units. But they also, the advantage was they had an old, I think it was a continuation school that was closed. So that kind of helped. They had other sanitary, but they also had brick and mortar buildings on site too. So I mean, there are ways to look, and I agree that if everybody says I don't care what's in my neighborhood, bring it. And I think that empathy, and I think that would be great if we did that. It's just so many people have been burnt by not the same element, but somewhere related to that element, that they have great fears. And I'm not saying that they're not unwarranted. I mean, right now, I wish I would have bought a plywood company 5 years ago, because I see more plywood on windows in town than I see windows. And now I see some places aren't even changing them. And is that a homeless person doing that? No, it may be a housed person with some sort of other issue. But it is become an issue. Theft has become an issue in all our neighborhoods. And the theft I've been experiencing, everything else, we've been able to trace back to an unhoused person, hopefully trying to better their life with my stuff. Not exactly the way I would like to see it happen. So I think those are, when we're talking the empathy and everything else, we have to let those people know that there's not going to be a trickle-down effect of problems in their neighborhood. Because what we're doing is we're saying, hey, we're going to put this in your neighborhood. There's going to be no problems. And what we're doing is we're telling that housed person that what we're going to do is we may impact his most prized possession, but maybe not. And we'll see how it goes. So in turn, finding the location and the empathy from those neighbors, you're exactly right. But there's a lot of places that, that could help out. I know we're getting really close on a day center here, which is going to have some housing at night. So I think that's getting pretty exciting. So one less hurdle. But I mean, we're going to have to find those in all areas to make them happen. And old, schools are, schools. There's motels now that we could probably, you can buy a motel, revamp the unit and everything else for probably less than $150,000 a unit. We're building these new ones for $600,000 a unit. So between that 100 to 100, and we have offices, and so like Providence is doing down the street. So hopefully we can do more of that, but it does take a long time. That's been a 4-year project down there. So, and we're looking at 50 homes, and what I see, 1,620. So we're talking a lot of resources, a lot of time to get that done. I mean, we're getting down to the point we know how many there are. Now what are we going to do about it?
Excuse me, I have Supervisors Bushnell, then Wilson.
I just had a question, and maybe Director Ford can answer, but we did the emergency ordinance, the 18-month pilot program, and I was wondering, and that included areas of parking, or could be. I'm wondering if that has been utilized or isn't in use yet.
No, I don't think there are any projects utilizing that yet, right? So there's 3 different ordinances. There's the coastal zone, the non-coastal zone, and then there's the one that only applies to county leased or owned property. So, and we, as far as I know, and I do talk to planning and building at least once a month.
Yeah,
we don't have any projects.
So is it available to apply now? And I see a yes. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
I support this. I do understand the time frames, and I do understand the variability and that happens in these complicated systems. I do want to recognize that certainly there are some efforts being made in some of our other jurisdictions. Both City of Eureka and City of Arcata have definitely stepped up pretty significantly with relationship to these issues, and some creativity around that. And I'm hoping that we continue our partnership with those jurisdictions and any other municipal jurisdiction that would also like to step up and do what's needed within those communities. So with that, I'm supportive. So there you go.
All right. I know we have a motion that's been seconded. I don't think we've done public comment yet, so I think we're going to do that. Is there anyone in the audience here that would like to comment? All right. Doesn't appear to be. We have one hand up, 7454. Press star 6. It looks like you're unmuted.
I'm glad we have plenty of time today to discuss topics. I think it's great to have slight schedules where you can take the time. Regarding what Steve Madrone was speaking about, it's proof of concept. You're going to have a parking lot out there that works totally functional. My question for you is, as was mentioned, and I can't remember who mentioned, but somebody that AHA's proof of concept has been proved as far as a working thing. They're no longer able or willing to go forward with that. Is the county buying that particular unit that they take around to satisfy these needs and then duplicating that? There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. If that's legal and is satisfying the needs, then the county should have, 10 of those units out there? And I would encourage you to make it possible for any of your county facilities, again, as you've spoken about, to have those units on it. It does sound kind of not nice, but especially if you had those units out there when the time count was necessary, and it's kind of like a roundup, or maybe you could get more people to show up. You could identify them and get your time count quite a bit easier. You have facilities like well, let's just say the Veterans Building. You can't use the building down in Garberville because it's condemned, basically. But that is I believe, has a parking lot, has facilities. I think you'll find that, and it is going to take enforcement. I mean, you're going to have people there willing to make sure that the people in the neighborhood are happy, because it only takes one person in these groups to ruin it for everybody. But it's worth a chance, and I strongly support the concept of what's moving forward, and those of us who are in the business too, of your tiny home villages. If that's done with the right criteria, there are some people out there, I know them quite close to me and personally, that are willing to go ahead and put the villages together, manufacture the houses, possibly even with the help from the county or own financing, finance those houses so people can have that particular kind of a housing situation, which I think is ideal, as far as housing. It's not going to cost the $465,000 a piece, can guarantee you that, Rex. We can cut that down, way down, and people can actually own and buy and have ownership of their own homes, and that, I think, is something that could be done. Look forward to working with planning and building and those who are structuring that and trying to bring that to fruition. And of course, there are those of us who have the sites and the willingness and the access to construction crews that can do the whole package. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
All right, thank you. I see no one else. We'll go back to the board. Any further comments? We have a motion and a second. I'm not seeing any, so I think we can vote. I think we're ready to vote.
Well, hang on just a second. I lost my vote, my motion here. Oh, here we go. Okay, sorry about that. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robert. So now we're going to move on to an item from Public Works, and it's the introduction of an ordinance amending Humboldt County Code sections in several different areas related to road, bridges, stop signs, etc. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Bob Runkle, your county surveyor. This is an ordinance that will do everything that you mentioned. The first step is to introduce the ordinance by title and waive the first reading.
Actually, we've been told that it was explained enough in the agenda. Is this correct, County Council Miles?
That is correct, Chair Bass. It is set forth in full in the agenda itself.
There you go.
All right. The item consists of a combination of new items as well as cleaning up items within the code that are incorrect or were simply missing. And this is one of the quarterly type reports that Public Works periodically brings forward based upon requests from the public to create different no parking zones or requests for speed limits to be posted on roads where there are no speed limits. With this, we do have several speed limits on roads that do qualify for a 25-mile-an-hour residential zone or a business district zone, which are being established here. There have been recent changes to how speed limits are established. The California Traffic Control Device Committee recently approved the policies of how that's going to be moving forward at their November meeting. So I expect with the subsequent ordinances moving forward, we'll see more speed limits utilizing those provisions. With that, that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn.
I don't have any questions other than an appreciation that we're getting some of these speed limit issues dealt with, and certainly in my community. And to emphasize that speed limits is the least effective way to actually get people to slow down, that design is the best way to do so. But nonetheless, this is a good start, and I really appreciate us getting there. And I'm looking forward to the some of these changes with relationship to the new state law that allows us more autonomy in that. So, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
I see it struck out, but you had a weight limit on Scotia Mill Pond Bridge. Is Scotia Mill Pond Bridge ours?
Yes, it is. Most of the roads in Scotia are county maintained. There's a couple roads there that aren't, but most of the roads in Scotia are public roads that have been that way for a very long time.
That's right. And then the other thing is, I noticed there's a few areas where we're not allowing motorhomes to park, and I don't know, it's a whole different avenue, but I know we've been playing out in, I don't know if it's Supervisor Wilson or Supervisor Madrone's area out on Glendale. We've been playing whack-a-mole with one guy, and I've probably had 40 phone calls and emails on it. And the sheriff's been doing a great job on it, but then he pops back up. And I'm trying to figure out if we need an ordinance against camping on county roads overnight everywhere. I mean, or something to that effect, because that's beginning to be the new problem area that I get a lot of calls on.
The enforcement of those may be problematic. Other communities
everything's problematic.
Have passed blanket ordinances restricting all parking on public roads from, say, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. as a way to combat those sorts of things.
And then in certain areas, there's other challenges such as coastal commission. I mean, in the SMO area, it's been a real challenge.
So we tried to address that issue years ago and came up with a 10-day ordinance on county roads. That can actually be reduced by law down to 72 hours like most cities have. But there was a lot of blowback in the community for reducing it even further from the 10 days. So that's something we can revisit, but especially we can look at very specific areas that are concerned and eliminate parking.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the speed limit areas. So does this ordinance, in the future, then something could be, I'm talking about Redway Drive in Redway. I had talked to you guys about a year and a half ago about the speed limit there in the residential area that's 30 miles an hour that we get multitudes of complaints about. And so I'm wondering if this falls in that category.
The issue there is enforcement. And we ended up with a 30 because we radar surveyed it and they can enforce that. The 25 is very difficult for the CHP to enforce. And without the enforcement, I can put 25 signs up, and we had them there for years, and we've gone back and forth with 25 and 30, and there is no difference in the traffic because we have no enforcement. And that's a road that I believe we put some bulb outs on. That's as Supervisor Wilson, the real problem there is the design. The road is it's a cut through road, and people just cut right through it, and they ignore that there's a school there. And without changes to the road itself or enforcement, what we set at the speed limit is really, it's not relevant to what the people are going to do. Just because you have a certain proportion of the population that are not going to obey speed limits. They don't care about the residential neighborhoods. They don't care about the schools. And without, restricting the design of the road so they physically can't drive faster or parking an enforcement officer out there, that problem's not going to change.
Okay, so I'm going to reach out to you after this meeting and talk with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this all forward. There's a lot of information here. I'll just ask the specific questions in my district. There's the one on the north side of Pickett Road to allow for on-street parking. Does this change what we did over the last year with painting the curbs red and all that? I thought we got it all right finally.
We got it all right eventually because the ordinance cannot be enforced without the paint or signs. And so we were able to respond really quick for Public Works to the shop owner there who was concerned about the loss of parking. And we were able just to paint it over. And now it's just a cleanup on the ordinance to codify what's actually out there at this time.
And I think what we did there, and I appreciate the work by Public Works, it was a compromise of trying to provide some red curb where the driveway entrance in and out from the store happens so that people can have visibility to pull out safely, while also providing parking spaces on the street where safe. And that's the compromise we came up, so that's going to stay the same. Okay.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Good effort on that. West Haven Drive, there was some talk about a three-way stop. Is that included in here? I wasn't able to find it, but there's a lot here.
Yes, it is. It's discussed on the top of page 3 of the staff report under stops.
Okay. So that would be at 6th Avenue and West Haven Drive?
Correct.
And what is currently a one-way stop at 6th?
It'll become an all-way stop.
Become an all-way stop. And that'll take a while for the community to adjust, I'm sure. And I know often when you put up these new stop signs, you have a little spot to put an orange flag up initially. Those will be happening there as well.
That's correct. That's mandated by the Manual of Traffic Control Devices.
That's great. That's certainly been a dangerous intersection, and I, again, think that that effort will be supported by the committee, although some will have time to adjust to it. The other one was a yield sign up at 8th Avenue and what's the name? Kingdom Road coming down. Basically, Kingdom's considered to be the straight through road, whereas 8th has a yield sign, but people don't yield. And is that one included in here? That was something that kind of got missed before, and we were going to change the yield sign to a stop sign. I'm wondering if that's included in this version.
No, that one isn't. It's on our list for the
6 more months.
Before then.
Before then. Okay. Yeah, that one's been on the list for a year or two. We'll write it up to the pandemic. All right. Well, I appreciate the improvements that are being made and support the motion.
All right. Any other questions before I go to public comment? There's no one here that seems to want to comment, so we'll go to those on the phone. We do have one hand up, 7454. Press star 6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, the second try there. Appreciate the ability to comment on this. I really appreciate Supervisor Madrone following through on his specific projects and giving an update on those things. I think that's always great when someone takes the time to follow through on those, make sure they happen. I'm going to deal with a specific project, and I have some questions, and I believe Tom's going to go up there and take a look at some things that I brought forward to the county before. Again, enforcement's the biggest thing. In Mexico, when I send my guy to town, he has 200 peso bill in his hand, so when the cop pulls him over for no reason, he just palms that to the guy and you drive off rather than having a 500 peso bill. But there's 10 times as many policemen out there enforcing things, and that's our problem on all this. one thing that you want to avoid what makes the lawyers really happy, and that's setting up some kind of situation where the county will be sued for not having the right speed limits, not having the right signage, and not requiring the right construction of such thing as a quote-unquote trail crossing that is actually used as a trailhead. And I've observed that myself. I did a site inspection up there. I went up on the road up there, Pickle Hill Road, and the line of sight, in my opinion, was nowhere near appropriate. I don't think it was even put in the way it was designed. There were all kinds of other things. If you've been, any of you have been up and down Pickle Hill, it's kind of a raceway, and you're hoping to slow people down to 25. This kind of project there not only deserves a speed limit change, but it needs to have flashing lights that let people know when people are crossing this thing. Otherwise, you may end up in the same shape as Arcata. And I recommend, if you want to look at something that makes lawyers happy, you go down to the trailhead at the bottom of Pickle Hill in Arcata. It never was permitted, never was designed, not ADA acceptable, and there's been multiple, I think there was a fatality there, and recently, within the last 6 months, there was a settlement in a judgment against the city of Arcata for $3.9 million. I'd hate to see the county go ahead and put themselves in that same position, and so I'm suggesting, in some of these things, you go a little bit further. Down there, they should have flashing lights, obviously, otherwise they probably will end up paying quite a bit more in the future. So strongly suggest that you always look at that, and as far as, people doing pushback on the motorhomes and things being left out there, I think you need to find a place for those.
Whoa, I didn't turn you off. Wait, hold on a second. I think you muted yourself accidentally.
No, he disconnected himself.
You disconnected. I am sorry, but thank you for making those comments. That's an unusual. Okay.
So
I apologize. Yes, sir.
If I
Back to the board, because we have no more public online. Yes.
If I could
Director.
just follow up a little bit, I don't want to seem too harsh on enforcement, because they do everything they can and they're very data driven. But there's just too few of them out there to do what really needs to be done to protect our roads. And, I can't say enough for what CHP does. They really are responsive when we get a hold of them to try and at least do some spot checks, but they really have to focus on where, they're focused a lot on where their crashes are and where the highest number of vehicles are. And so I want to reiterate that they are very, very responsive in short-term needs when we ask them to go take a look at something, and we do that on a regular basis.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn, you moved your microphone. Did that mean you wanted to speak? I just saw. No, you don't? Okay, fine. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I agree, Director Mattson, that the CHP is incredible, but limited service. They have only so many personnel, and it takes up to 10 days if something gets tagged to get removed. And folks may not realize this, but my understanding is that the towing of those abandoned vehicles is done basically as a volunteer service by the towing companies. They're not paid to do that. They get the vehicle, though, or whatever it might be, as scrap if somebody doesn't show up to claim it and pay the impoundment fees. They're able to then convert that to scrap, whether it's aluminum from an RV or whatever it might be. But that's certainly a serious constraint, I think, on being able to deal with so many abandoned vehicles. And the Highway Patrol once told me that from their perspective, it's as if everybody thinks that Humboldt County is the place to come and abandon a vehicle, along the county roads or the highways and such. So.
Yeah, there's several different. CHP
programs.
does have a rotation program,
Right.
and as part of that, the people that bid in that program, that are in that program, they respond to all the crashes and accidents, and they bill all of the insurance companies. So they make quite a bit of money off of that. And as part of that program, they have to do on a rotation. So CHP doesn't call the same company every time. They rotate it around on abandoned vehicles. And then the Sheriff's Department also has an abandoned vehicle program that's paid for through our DMV fees that deals with tagging and hauling them, and we've paid for some out of our solid waste fund when they've been put on the side of the road and filled with garbage.
Right. Well, thank you for that extra granular detail. That helps a lot, because mine was really just kind of a broad scope. So I appreciate that. I would move that we approve all of the staff recommendations on this project. I don't think we had a motion yet. I did say I support
Okay.
the motion, but I don't believe we had a motion yet.
Well, thank you for solidifying that. We're going, I was looking,
I know, same here. I was like, okay.
says, how about a
there's the motion.
second?
I'll second.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn, you may comment.
Since we're here, yeah, I know that dollar, I tried for 2 years to see if we could raise our fee, as Tom and I, we've talked about it, from $1 to $5 and get some of these things off the street and pay to get these things. And I would still support that. Cap it at 20 vehicles, so anybody with a fleet isn't going to pay more than $100. But instead of having $1 or $5, I think we get $412,000. Is it $400,000 a year?
I am not sure because that money goes directly to the sheriff, not through us.
But I'd love to take that money and get these things off the street quicker, because our biggest problem is getting rid of them. Is once they're there for one day, on the 6th day they are now full of garbage, and that's where our biggest problem is. And it gets to the point, the best thing that can happen to them is for them to burn up, and then we just have a steel frame. The problem being is there's not enough value, scrap value, in any of those by the time you tear it apart to get anything out of it. So I would love to see us have a different program for abandoned vehicles, and I would love to see if we could follow up on where the thing came from a little bit more without spending a lot of time. But we've got cars being abandoned that I see in driveways, and then a week later I see them down the street parked, and I know exactly where it came from. But we don't seem to get anything, we don't do anything about it because it takes so much time.
All right. Any other comments? No? Yes,
Ready for
please.
a vote?
Please.
All right. We'll start with Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to our first public hearing, which comes to us from Planning and Building. We've seen this before. It's in regards to modifying the term of planning commissioners, et cetera. So at this time, I'm opening the public hearing, and Director Ford, I'd like to turn this over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Here to present an amendment to the zoning ordinance to address the time for the appointment and also the removal of planning commissioners. This is a change to the zoning ordinance. Do you need to read this in, Mr. Miles, or?
I do not need to read the title of the ordinance into the record.
Okay. Thank you. So this goes back to the board meeting of October 25th, where the Board of Supervisors directed that they wanted to see a mechanism for removal of planning commissioners with a 4/5 vote, and also to remove at-large commissioners with a 4/5 vote. The at-large commissioners were to be appointed on an alternating two-year term, and so the ordinance being presented to you would modify the ordinance to allow these things to occur. What I'd like to do now is to share my screen, but I just lost my Zoom link. It's watching the spinning dial.
Michelle probably has her heater on again. I do not.
So I think I've got it up.
Michelle's going to move down there.
So this would, I'm going to point out the changes, overall changes we've made, and then the areas that are highlighted in yellow this morning are changes that are new that I'm presenting this morning. And one of those was that incorrectly identified that the removal of at-large commissioners would be by a majority vote. The motion was actually to remove with a 4/5 vote, the same as the board appointed the supervisor appointed planning commissioner. So now it's just removal by a 4/5 vote.
And moving down the term of office is for members appointed by a board member is concurrent with the term of office for the appointing board member. That really is no change in practice. Members appointed at large by the Board of Supervisors shall serve staggered 2-year terms commencing, and then needed to make a slight change. It originally said, where it says January 31st, 2003, it said December 31st, 2022, and then December 31st, 2024, where it says January 31st, 2025. And the reason for that change is that I somehow thought that the term expired at the end of the year, but it actually expires at the end of January. And so this has been corrected to reflect the consistent language. And then going down to the bottom, it just is to require removal with a 4/5 vote. At-large members also are removed with a 4/5 vote. So that basically is the simple change to the zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission reviewed this. They recommended approval unanimously. This does address one of their concerns, where they thought that the removal of at-large commissioners and appointed commissioners should be consistent. So the 4/5 vote for both of them actually addresses that concern. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't have any questions, but I would make a motion to adopt staff recommendations.
All right, we will go to public comment. There's no one here with us to comment on this item, but we will go to those on the phone. We have 7454.
I attended that meeting or virtually attended the meeting from the Planning Commission. I appreciate Director Ford in correcting those two things. There was a total misperception by the planning commissioners as far as what you had voted on. And in fact, I've even spoke to a supervisor too, and there seemed to be not the same thing on that. The biggest thing I had was these are all to be removed without cause. And John Ford explained it's very difficult to define cause, but I'm guessing you folks will be addressing that when you would make a decision, because it's a pretty major thing. I mean, what would the people think they should remove? If somebody has a blatant conflict of interest, or they've received financial benefit from the office, or they failed to pay the fees that they owe the county or something like that, I guess that would be taken into consideration at that time. But I did find it interesting that it's all without cause, and I understand because of John's explanation why. For those of us out there in the public, we watch what's happening and we see politics happening. I feel you're very lucky to have the makeup of the Planning Commission you do have currently. I don't agree with probably 75 or 80% of the decisions they make, but I still feel like your at-large people like Brian Mitchell and Melanie McCaber have done an excellent job of representing the county throughout. And I hate to see things like that, either that or, for your point, is politics come into play. I think these people have shown the ability and desire to try and interpret and do what your direction is, and they've asked for your direction frequently. So I think you do have a functional Planning Commission, and hopefully that will be reflected, I guess, on January 31st, and I guess there may be one new appointment, or possibly more than one, because you guys can do it at any time at will, regarding the people that you appoint for your 5 positions there by district. Thank you for my opportunity to have input on this topic.
All right, thank you. So we'll close the public comment portion of this item. Go back to the board. The motion and a second. I think we talked about this a few weeks ago. Yes, anything else to say? All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yes. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so we're closing that public hearing. We're going to open up the next public hearing, which also comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding wireless telecommunications facility ordinance. We've seen this before, and it is back to us again. Yes, sir. There has been there's no hands up.
There is not hands up.
There's
Okay.
no hands up.
I was going to
And
say.
there's no numbers in the queue either.
Okay, I was just going to ask, because if it was going to take a long time with relationship to public
no,
comment,
I
I was
was-
going to ask for like 5 minutes to go get something to eat. So
At this moment, there's not. You may have just started an avalanche, but we'll see. So at this point, we're opening it if I haven't already. And Director Ford?
Thank you. Again, John Ford with Planning and Building to present the amendment to the coastal and inland regulations addressing telecommunication facilities. This item was continued for the meeting of November 1st, 2022 to allow staff to address comments from the Coastal Commission staff and provide some alternatives in response to some of the concerns that had been raised at that time. We provided an introduction of the ordinance, and that is reflected again in the staff report, so I'm not going to go back into that overview. There are alternatives that have been embedded within each of the ordinances, and those are shown as alternatives. And what I'd really like to do is walk through the ordinances today and see what the board's pleasure is, whether to accept those or not. I do want to emphasize that there are two separate ordinances. There's an inland and a coastal. They're slightly different. The design of these ordinances is intended to provide incentives for carriers, wireless carriers, to find low visual impact facilities or design low visual impact facilities. When they do, they're able to get a less extreme permitting process, a ministerial permitting process. But the higher the potential impact of the facility, the higher the visual impact, the higher the potential for environmental effect, the higher the level of discretion. And that's embedded within the ordinance. So I think what I'd like to do at this point is to walk through the ordinances, and I'm going to start with the inland ordinance, if that's okay. And so I've shared my screen. And so I'm going to go down first to alternative number 1, which is really just to modify a definition for high visibility facilities. And really the big change there is that there was a focus on FA trees and monopoles, and that's been converted to all facilities that exceed the maximum height of the underlying zone. And then the previous components 3 and 4 were really combined facilities that are neither invisible nor stealth design. So those would be high visibility facilities. And I guess what I'd like to do is to have the board identify your preference. Would you prefer, and I think it'd probably be easier to just talk about these as they're presented, to either accept it or reject it as we go through the presentation, or to try to go, there's, I think, 11 alternatives.
Maybe we should have gotten food. No. Yes, I think. Sorry, Director Ford. I see Supervisor Wilson wanting to answer that question first.
I appreciate this review. I've reviewed it. I want to say that there's only one, I think it's alternative 5 that has like an A, B, and C or something like that. I think every one of these are improvements. I appreciate that the comments from the Coastal Commission staff actually helped improve everything. I think it helped actually quantify and sort of add to that. So from my perspective, I think these are great improvements, and I'm happy to go through all of them. But it seems like the one to discuss is the 5A, B, and C in terms of like, because these are all moving. They seem to me kind of a block in sort of improving this, and maybe you can parse out where that might not be true. But I'm just to set the tone for me. I don't want to have to be asked for every one of these necessarily, but I can be. I like where we're going with this, so
Okay.
that's just me.
Would you like me to ask if others have any other supervisors have any specific ones that they had more of an issue with or wanted to know about all of them or read about them already? Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I would like to just highlight, for Director Ford to highlight on them. And I think for myself, if you don't mind interruptions, if I have a question, then I will ask. for myself.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that's the
And-
consensus, I will.
Well, I think if one of us wants that, we should probably I would agree to let that happen, because if any of us has a question, we should accede to that, so, yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, so what I heard, the preference of the board is that basically you've reviewed the alternatives, you find them overall improvements. I'm going to go through them briefly, highlight them.
And we'll ask questions as
then
it
where
comes
there
up.
is a place that maybe we need to stop and linger, we'll stop and linger and discuss that.
Okay.
So moving down rapidly to alternative number 2, this is very simply adding in additional areas from which visibility would be judged as being acceptable or not. And that's a public trail, public recreation area, or place of public use. So that is normal in terms of evaluating visual impacts. Alternative 3 is to delete a definition for low visibility facility, because that's being replaced with the stealth design. Moving on down to alternative 4, which is a new definition for stealth design, and this really incorporates the original definition of stealth design and added some things to it to basically have it reflect the existing environment, that the facility really needs to incorporate whatever's there as into the design. Moving down, I think the next one is 5 that Supervisor Wilson identified. This is a addition that was made by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission was concerned that by requiring a CUP for facilities that are in rural areas, that we would be perhaps causing some underserved, underprivileged communities to not be able to get service. And so they wanted to have facilities in those locations that could be approved with a ministerial permit, and that's what this does. As we evaluated this a little bit more, one of the things we came to realize was that, and number one, I want to say it's important to understand that the inland ordinance in particular does not restrict the ability to construct a wireless telecommunications facility in TPZ, in AE, in any of the resource zones. It did require before that addition a conditional use permit. And the reason for that is twofold. One, they're typically tall, they're typically visible, and they typically have environmental effects when you're extending a road, extending utilities, grading, and putting a pad in a remote place. And so that was the justification for it. So what we tried to do in working with the Planning Commission is to identify, okay, if you're going on to an existing facility or an existing compound, you could go there, and there wouldn't be the environmental effects associated with extending the road, extending the utilities, extending the pad, because those are arguably already there. But what this does do, that's maybe a consequence that wasn't completely envisioned, is that it would allow a second tower to be constructed at those locations. And so we're providing an alternative to either do away with this alternative altogether, which is alternative 5A, because again, we're not saying you can't have a facility. We're saying that the facility needs to have review, and if you're able to go on a facility that's existing in TPZ, AE, other resource zones, and that's already been permitted, they can co-locate there with a ministerial permit. As we mentioned last time, there's a weird state law that if a tower was constructed with a ministerial permit, then it may now require a CUP, and that may still be the case. But for the most part, if a facility was constructed with appropriate permitting to allow co-location, it can now go there with just a ministerial permit. And so that really reduces the need for that provision. The other thought that we had was to keep it basically the way it was, or just to identify that if you're going to go there, you've got to comply with the height of the zone. And
Supervisor Bohn.
So when I read this, are all towers going to be limited to 150 feet then?
No. This is just for this provision. This is a carve out
for a ministerial permit in certain resource zones, the AE and the timberland commercial and the TPZ zone.
And if I may, through the chair, the reasoning behind the 150-foot limit was when we received general comments from CDFW, they said that they had particular concern about potential impacts to birds with towers above 150 feet. So we just wanted to make sure that we weren't creating a ministerial pathway for towers that would be of a height that was concerned to CDFW. So that's how that 150-foot number.
Were they talking about nesting?
I can't remember off the top of my head what their concern was, but they said that they want to review towers that are over that height.
Okay.
So basically, towers that are over that height, the way that works, is towers that are over that height would require a CUP. And so when we are processing the CUP, we would take the application in, we would refer it to CDFW.
For their comments, if
Yes.
there is any?
Yes.
And that addressed their concern?
Yes.
Okay.
I imagine it would have to be for nesting. I don't think 50 feet makes a difference. If a bird's going to fly into it at 100 feet, it'll fly into it at 200 feet.
Yeah, they didn't offer an explanation of it. I'm pretty sure that this was, again, as I recall, at this point it was a little while ago that we got the comment, but it was that this was federal fish and wildlife guidance for telecommunications towers that the local office was passing on to us. So exactly how they arrived at that number, I'm not sure, but that was kind of their threshold.
Supervisor Wilson?
So just going back to alternative A and B. So if alternative A, one of the concerns was that a second tower would be allowed without the provisions of protection that maybe the first tower had already had. Is that, or?
Correct.
Okay. So the removal, so 5A maintains those protections, basically.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. And 5B does not.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
5B would, though, limit the height of the tower, because I don't think there's any zone, particularly not the AE TPZ, that has a height limit of 150 feet.
Well, how is it that we allowed no height limit for these zones when we've received that comment from the resource agency? Or maybe I'm confused.
No, they just wanted to be able to have a discretionary review for over 150 feet.
Right.
Basically, although it says the proposed facility does not exceed 150 feet, then it says or B is or the maximum allowable height in the zone, whichever is less.
Okay. But 5A is more protective of visual resources.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to discuss that now, or do you want to come back to this?
No.
Is it appropriate now? I mean, I think right now is fine. I think we're fine.
Are you asking for a discretionary decision from us in terms of direction, or can we just go through this and then?
We can do what, that's what I'm asking. We can do whatever you'd like to do. I'll just continue on and then.
Then we'll come back. Supervisor Madrone. It's fine, you have food.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing that at that distance.
I forgot to say, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So one of the issues with cell towers in rural areas has been that on TPZ or AE, they were principally permitted, so there was no hearing, no opportunity for neighbors to engage in the process. And I will say that in my district, whenever a tower goes in, about half the people love it and half the people hate it. It's kind of a mixed thing, right? If you have no service and it doesn't bother you that much, then you're going to want it. If you have bad service but you really don't want to see it, you're not going to want it. So which of these alternatives gives that neighborhood, that community that may be looking at the towers or nearby, which of the alternatives gives them the ability to provide input? In other words, that would be a CUP, right? Conditional use permit. or a special permit of some kind to provide a hearing.
It'd be a
for-
discretionary permit.
So is that 5A? Or which
That would be
one?
5A.
5A does not allow new towers.
No, it would allow a new tower, but it would require a discretionary
Right,
permit.
that's what I mean, new towers without a conditional use permit hearing.
Right,
But you could co-locate on an existing tower.
correct.
Okay, and then 5B allows everything to go ministerial. No?
Go ahead.
It wouldn't allow everything to go ministerial, but it would allow for a new tower within the same developed footprint to have a streamlined pathway that didn't have a public process.
Even though the original tower was done ministerially?
Yes.
Without the review or input from the community?
Right.
Right. Well, I have a problem with 5B. But that's all right. I'm just trying to get some questions answered.
Well, yeah, it just seems, I'm sorry, Mike. but it
I
just
was
seems
jumping the
more-
gun there a little.
No, it just seems more appropriate just to hash this out right now.
Well, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd provide my comments that 5A is, from my constituents' points of view, would be.
Okay, maybe just we do straw polls as we go along. How's that?
Yeah, that's perfect, Chair.
I've heard 5A.
Can, John, is there?
Yeah, I tried to enlarge it a little bit, maybe I got it too large.
That's much better.
So can you, yeah, 5A, can I look at 5A?
5A basically removes the provision altogether. Because it's important to understand what the ordinance is attempting to do right here is if you go way back up here, these are things that are what are called Tier 1, which have no public hearing required. So a zoning clearance certificate is a ministerial permit. So that's basically something that if they come in and they comply with the ordinance, we're going to issue a building permit for it. Okay, so that's what this whole list does. Anything on this list then basically goes straight to building permit. So when you go down and you get down to that provision, sorry. It's new or modified non-small cell wireless facilities within the developed area of an existing permitted telecommunications facility in the AE and TPZ timber production zones, provided that it doesn't result in the conversion of any ag or timberland. The proposed facility does not exceed 150 feet in height. All obstruction lighting uses only blinking lights, and the proposed tower does not use guy wire. So this would allow the construction of a 150-foot tower within AE, within TPZ, as long as it's basically within the developed area of an existing telecom site with a building permit.
And that would be the A?
No, what A would do, this is A basically removes all that. So it takes it out of that Tier 1.
Okay.
And identifies then that it would need to comply with whatever provisions exist elsewhere for that zone, for that height, for that location, and that it would be then processed under those guidelines.
Okay. And then B?
B would basically just modify it slightly to say that the tower height was 150 feet or the maximum allowable in the zone, whichever is lower. So it's going to be it's going to have to comply with the height limit of the zone.
And that's where CDFW said we don't like it because okay, I got it. So if we're going to do straw polls, is that?
Sure.
I'm a B.
Supervisor Madrone wish to weigh in again?
Well, I support A because I think that the neighborhood should have some sort of say. How often do we get two cell towers on the same site? Yeah? Because rather than co-locating, which there's plenty of room on the tower to co-locate, but by having your own tower, then it's all your revenue.
You have to have a certain amount of separation between each unit.
So sometimes it gets maxed out.
You get maxed out, and then if there's any
So there's two reasons for an additional tower. One would be maxed out, the other would be to have your direct revenue stream because it's your tower, rather than co-locating, which is a different revenue stream.
Those are all true. There's more complications than that. I mean, my experience is wireless telecom carriers don't like to play in each other's yard.
Yeah.
And they like their own facilities.
Yeah.
And so that becomes a real fight.
But
Right.
with that being said, they all have to get along to a certain point because there will be certain areas where a blankety blank, can you hear me now, has a tower, and that's the only tower they're going to allow. So the other person, if you don't allow the other guy on it, then where he has one, he's not going to allow you. So there has to be a certain amount of working together. Kind of like fuel depots, Mike. You can't overcharge somebody for using your fuel depot. Like Chevron owns this one, because there's other places 76 will own one. But same thing with towers. Certain towers are owned by certain companies, even though they're all getting sucked up by American Tower now. But certain companies will own a tower. They have to be somewhat acceptable to somebody else using the tower because you're going to run across this, next county over. They may have the only tower that's been permitted, but you need to have a space on it.
Okay, I had Supervisor, after you're doing that, I saw Bushnell had something else, but then Supervisor Wilson looked like he had a question on his face.
Do I have a question on my face?
I can see.
And that works as getting in line?
Quote of the
I mean,
day.
I can scrunch my face up, Mike.
I'm pretty good at it, though. Me. A few eye rolls will just put me right to the front.
I just didn't want to explode.
Well, one thing is, I'm certainly NA. I would say that if we really get to a place where we need to deal with this, one of the things this is county-wide. I would say certainly in my district, my constituents be very clear that option A is what they would want, and I want to make sure that if anything, if we don't do this countywide, we very minimally regionalize this, and we can. So I want to put that as an option. So if you want less protections for your constituents in your district, then by all means, Just saying. I'm just saying.
Can you
do that.
Can you identify protections though too? Excuse me, I just had because some of it is it's like visual.
It's a visual protection.
It's not protections and other things.
It's just visual protection.
Aesthetics. Yeah.
But I'm just saying from my perspective that would be great. The other thing is I have a question, and this has I heard Supervisor Bohn say for me, and I'm wondering when you say for me, what does that mean in terms of this ordinance? Well, I'm asking you, do you own or operate towers, or have property that own or operate towers? And I'm wondering if that has influence or impact in this situation.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Because when you said me and we,
for me, it's kind of like when you say I feel, or I would think. I use the term for me.
Okay.
My interpretation.
I just wanted to clarify.
Nice try.
I was just well, no, it's not a try. I just needed to clarify because I wasn't clear when you said that. So thank you.
Clarify. I did have property that had 2 towers on it, and the towers have since been sold.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I go to Supervisor Bushnell now?
Well, I'll just say that your comment offends me, that my thoughts always go to my constituents and their concern, and so maybe that was bad wording on your part. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I wanted to say, because it was pretty offensive.
So I have I'd like to, between the A's and the B's, I'm going to ask staff one more time, because I have a lot, this district's a little bit different, but I'm not around that much longer, right? So I'm curious, I want the best protections that people can have. One more time, I get B, what was A exactly, what it allows?
A basically would not have a carve-out for new towers in existing wireless telecom facilities. It would allow wireless facilities to be permitted within the AE and TPZ zone as allowed in the rest of the ordinance. And one of the things it would ultimately do is for a facility that's in an AE or TPZ zone is to find an existing facility and find an existing tower. And the way that that would usually work is that if there's not sufficient separation between the existing carrier that's on there or carriers, that oftentimes, if the tower will support it, they will come in and ask for a height increase. And so that's then a discretionary action to weigh the difference. What's the best visual result between adding a second tower with a second array and adding another array onto an existing tower? And so then there are decisions, discretion that can be exercised about what to do with that tower at that point.
Okay. Yes. All right. Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell. Did you? Did you?
All right. So it also, I would add, I mean, from my perspective, is that this adds protection from basically uglifying the landscape, and that means adding more towers without visual protections. And I know people sometimes scoff at visual protections with relationship to these towers, whether they're hidden by looking like a fake tree or a tower or whatever, or a water tower, whatever it is. It still is better on the landscape than not doing that. And I would like to have every protection for our visual landscapes as we move forward, and especially with the proliferation of these technologies. I believe that it's important that that part of what we're talking about here is that protection of our visual landscapes, which we hold so important, and we will lose track of if we don't make these decisions in these moments. And that is why I am pushing that forward. The other part about that is that while most of us have our rates that we pay for our cell phones, these are national plans, and other communities are protecting themselves, or they're protecting their visual landscapes and the cultural and visual landscapes with these things, and they're doing that, and why wouldn't we do that too? And that's just my 2 cents on it. And again, I think it's to the benefit of this community, and I think it's worth it. And that's my thoughts.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So in other, this pertains to Humboldt County, correct, Dr. Ford?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson is referring to other communities that are quite different than ours a lot, as far as urban and the amount of people and housing and et cetera. In my district, one of the comments commonly is, I can't get any service. It's an emergency, throughout. I travel an hour and a half with no service. And I understand what you're saying. However, if you have a 40,000 acre ranch and you're going to pop a tower in the middle of that where there are no neighbors and you need to go through all this stuff, how cumbersome is that if there are no neighbors? Is there a way to possibly to simplify it as a highly residential area or a residential area or something, or to complete the straw vote to see where we're at? But I don't understand why we would go through all this if there aren't any neighbors. The tower is not going to be seen. It's someone's ranch that they want to put a tower on to improve service in the rural area. Maybe fill me in on that.
So
I want to add too, those areas are AE and timber zone most of the time, right?
Right. So with this provision that we're talking about a situation where there's an existing facility there. There's an existing tower there. The question is what would you prefer to do? Do you want to encourage, and this is what
the ordinance as presented to you with Healthy Alternatives does is it would encourage construction of a second tower because that is the path of least resistance. Understand, wireless telecommunication carriers, I want to be careful with my language here because I don't want to compare them to Pavlov's dog, but they will pursue the path of least resistance. If you tell them what they want, that's what they'll do. So if you say that you can go and put a second tower in an existing cellular site in an AE or TPC, that's exactly what they're going to do. And that's the policy issue that you're struggling with this particular provision here.
So with that statement, then, I would like to ask what, with your experience, and I understand you have quite a bit of experience with towers, what would you think would be best for the entirety of the Humboldt community?
There's a general rule of thumb for people who want to balance providing good service with protecting the visual integrity of the community. And generally, it's encouraging people to be able to go on existing towers with a ministerial process.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that.
Supervisor Madrone.
Well, and that's exactly why I support A, because I think, you know, what A does, it's one tool we have to encourage these providers to work together. And I realize what you said, Supervisor Bohn, that there's sort of a natural thing there where if you don't work with us over here, we're not going to work with you over there. And so there's a spirit of cooperation that occurs because not everybody owns towers in every location, right? And locations are really fought over really hard because this is a very lucrative issue in terms of siting towers. I recognize that it might add a burden to put a tower in, say, on a ranch where there's nobody around. But it is such a lucrative business that cost of the permit and whatever hurdle has to be gone through is infinitesimal to the benefits of the revenue stream that will come from that operation. So I don't see that as a really big barrier. For me, what's most important is that the neighborhood can weigh in. And I think A does that. And, you know, if the majority of the neighborhood weighs in and says, we're fine with our service, we don't want another tower in our view, that should be respected. But right now, the way the ordinance is currently written, they don't have that say. They don't even get notification. They don't even know that it's going to happen. It could be 100 feet from your house, but it's on TPZ, and you will get no notification under the current ordinance. So, as I said earlier, half my constituents will say, great, put them up all over the place. And the other half will say, I don't want anything near me. And I think the best way to resolve that difference of opinion in our neighborhoods and our communities is to have a permitting process where it allows for that public hearing, it allows for that neighborhood to be notified that this is being proposed, and they can weigh in and then let that public hearing process, you know, vet itself out. I don't believe that, at least in my district, in my community, that not having that requirement serves the community. Having the requirement doesn't prevent the cell tower from being built. It really is a neighborhood issue, neighborhood by neighborhood, and I strongly support those neighborhoods being able to have that say. I think that's the least that we can do. And as I said in the start of my comment, it actually encourages the providers to work together rather than following the path of least resistance, which right now is just build another tower, you know, so that's why I support A.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson, and then I'm a 5A. I'm just this, just like I'm finally decided.
Yeah, and I just want to say that the goal isn't to reduce service, it's to reduce impact. And I get where we're trying to balance those things. But also, the technology in general is line of sight. And where we may not feel that people can see certain things, the technology itself almost requires it in a lot of cases for towers. Like a tower has to see another tower, or to get service. That's why we get cruddy service oftentimes is because we're not within line of sight of a tower. You can't see, if you can't see the tower, then your service is not very good. And so, and so it's, the technology itself is in some ways wants to be seen, not necessarily by the eyeball, but by the receiving and transmitting device, which is typically your phone. So I just want to, that's all I want to say. And it sounds like we have 3 in one direction. Then I'm hoping we can move on. Thanks.
I think we're ready to hear about the next one.
Okay. So this is alternative 6, and this is really simple. It just adds new and co-located small cellular wireless facilities, except in those in residential zones and resource zones. So that's just an add. And that, again, was a part of the exemption. So now we're moving down, and I'm going to skip over that because it refers to alternative 11, which we will get to. So alternative 7 basically refers to stealth design instead of low visibility. And again, that's because we changed the definitions. It's now stealth, not low visibility. So that's really just a cleanup item. So item 8 is being deleted or proposed for deleted because this is really a definition, and that's where we redid the stealth design above under definitions, and so that again also is a cleanup item. Alternative 9 is one that bears a little bit of consideration. This is something that was intended to make the language a little bit more clear. It changes things from minimize visual impact to the greatest extent feasible to shall be designed to visually and operationally blend into the surrounding area in a manner consistent with existing development and the natural environment. And what we're trying to do there is just give good guidance to prospective carriers that they know what they need to achieve, giving them a target. And so that really is what that does. It tightens up the language. Alternative 10 is again expanding the area of public viewing to include streets, public trails, public recreation areas, places of public gathering, and adjacent properties. This is one that does need the board to think about a little bit more. And this is something that came out of the discussion last week, which was to create a provision requiring that, and this is kind of a state of the art of wireless telecom ordinances, to require property owners to consent. And so this would require that for small cellular wireless facilities proposed within 500 feet of a residence, the applicant shall submit a statement from the owner and occupant of the residence agreeing to the construction. Now, this could be more than one resident, it could be more than one occupant, it could be many. And so then if they can't get the consent of those occupants or those residents, then that facility could not be constructed at that location. This could put the county in a place whereby we are in violation of the FCC in not allowing service within a given area, again, needing to reproduce a signal over a period of time, over a period and overlap it a little bit. If they can't find a point at which to provide it, which is close to a residential area, and they can't get everybody's consent, owners and occupants, then basically we would not be able to permit a small cellular wireless facility.
I have, if I ask a question, I know Supervisor Wilson, I think your hand was up. I'm just going, is there any provisions for if it's not 100% that there's another process you follow, like with other things that sometimes come before us?
We could certainly add that in terms of require a discretionary permit process or something like that. But a lot of these are going to be in the public right of way.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
Actually, one of my questions was like, could we require a CUP? But then what are we making for ourselves as a decision-making body every time one of these goes in? It's going to be the new cannabis, right? Where there'll be a million permits to be processed discretionarily is a concern in terms of burden.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit because I don't think we're going to see a lot of these in the next few years just because of the nature of our dispersed population and those sorts of things. Could the number be reduced from 500 feet?
Everything there is arbitrary, sure.
Mm-hmm. And if it was reduced from 500 feet, what would happen? Was there a threshold with relationship to the FCC or is there like a zero tolerance for that in there?
So through the chair, so the way that the FCC has, and this all stems from FCC interpretation of Telecommunications Act, so
Right.
federal law. And what it says is that we can't prohibit service if it's established that there's an area that doesn't have it. And they've expanded that definition to be not just prohibiting service, but also if there are new services that someone wants to offer or expanded service, that's considered something that telecom companies must be allowed to provide to people.
So all new technologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when we prohibit or effectively prohibit carriers from being able to do that, we are running afoul of federal law.
Okay.
And so, right now this is something that is, I think that different jurisdictions are taking different approaches and different things are moving through the courts. But as far as what the FCC is doing, they're arguing it's basically the hard line of you must allow these companies to provide services if they can establish that they're providing either to areas that don't currently have the service or a new service, such as with small cell, it's the really high bandwidth. And so with the 500-foot setback, there actually is an example that a lawsuit that County Counsel Natalie Duke sent my way. There was the city of Los Altos that established in an urgency ordinance in 2019 prohibitions on small cell facilities in certain circumstances and establishing setbacks, and they ended up denying several AT&T applications on the basis of the requirements of this ordinance, and then AT&T sued them, and in result, in 2022, Los Altos passed another ordinance that replaced the urgency ordinance, which got rid of the prohibitions. And what they put in place was setting up preferences, and I think making it easier and requiring an alternatives analysis, saying that this is the least intrusive way to provide service to that area. And that's the ultimate approach that Los Altos took, and then the lawsuit was deemed moot.
Do we have language that's like that in terms of leading to preference?
So we do require that somebody provide us with a model showing the area that they're going to serve and why they're going to serve, why it's needed at that location, what alternatives are being considered.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this one? Any comments, any suggestions? Supervisor Madrone, thank you.
So you mentioned in the lead into this that there was some concern about this alternative 11, that it might get us sideways with the FCC. So if we change the 500 feet to 1 foot, I'm being a bit facetious here, but if we changed it to 1 foot away, then we're not limiting anything, right? But we could still do it. It wouldn't run afoul of FPC. So somewhere between 1 foot and 500 feet, there's probably some distance there that would not run us afoul. And I don't know what that number is, but at the last hearing on this, I did express concern because there is a lot of concern in the community about the bandwidth, the microwave energy coming from 5C. And especially in that the federal government has said, you don't really have a say locally. You just got to accept that this is the way it's going. That kind of stuff rubs me very wrong when the government tries to say, no, you don't get to have a say in this, something that may very well be affecting people's health. I frankly don't know what to believe. There's a tremendous amount of information out there, and so I'm somewhat skeptical, I will say, about the safety of all of this. I mean, we're all currently being bombarded by so many waves already, you know, and this is only going to increase that and increase the intensity of that. I'm glad I live where I live because I don't see any of these coming into my neighborhood or anywhere in any of the communities near where I live. But Central Avenue, McKinleyville could be a candidate. Certainly downtown Eureka, Arcata, Fortuna, maybe downtown Garberville could be, you know, candidates for this. If it pencils out for the provider, then they're going to push for these things. And so I was one of the ones last month that said, how far does the wavelength go? Well, they like to locate them every 300 feet. That suggested to me that they're really comfortable with the strength of the signal at 300 feet. 500 feet away seems, you know, that's pretty generous, you know, in going out that distance, really, and saying, if you're within 500 feet, somebody ought to be able to have some say. I think that's reasonable. It seems to me, I mean, I was looking for 300 feet, frankly, but it just, I don't see how that runs us afoul. I mean, you've explained it all, you laid it all out in the staff report and everything else, but it doesn't feel right. So I guess my preference is that we have a little bit more in here than what we currently have in terms of saying what the preferences are, as Mike was asking, Supervisor Wilson was asking. And you gave us a statement about, you know, they provide this analysis, right, of alternatives and whatnot. But do we really think we're going to run afoul if we keep this one in there, alternative 11, I believe it is?
Through the chair.
Yes, please. And then Supervisor Bushnell, but I'm curious, what can they really do to us? That's what I'm wondering.
So there's two
It
things.
seems pretty reasonable.
Well, there's two things I'd like to really ask you to think about.
Yeah.
So number one is typically a small cell wireless facility is the kind of facility from a visual standpoint,
You won't
which
even
we're
know it's
clearly within our realm to regulate,
Okay.
is what people want. Because if you can just put a little box on a telephone pole and have a little antenna there and nobody sees it, nobody notices it, I mean, that's far better than having towers
everywhere,
all over the place. And so, you know, from a visual standpoint, these are preferable for most people.
Agreed.
It really comes down to the wavelength of the new technology,
right,
which we're precluded from regulating.
And
And so then if we're establishing setbacks to address the wavelengths, that's where we start to run afoul, especially when the county says, okay, you know, we could establish this simple setback and that'd be easy. This also allows owners and occupants to identify, yeah, okay, we'll go for it. But what that really does is the Board of Supervisors is saying, okay, now you're the one with discretion. And so if you have, say, 20 people that are within that 500 feet, and one of them says no,
Yeah.
then that facility can't go within that little circle.
Well, I liked the option that was suggested about an alternative process with a CUP You know, it's not a denial. It's just saying if there's somebody within this 500 feet that has concerns, they get to raise them. And then you go to the next level of permitting. That's not denying. That's using discretion in a responsible manner, I would think, you know. So that's what I would prefer, is that we have some sort of a layering there that provides the community input into this process, because it is not universally accepted that this is not harmful to our health, right? I think we all agree that visually it's a fantastic improvement. I mean, just coming into Eureka from, you know, Arcata, I forget when it dawned on me, but there are some new towers in our view when we come in, and these towers can be pretty ugly. And there's one coming in from the west. It must be out there by Blue Ox or somewhere out there. I'm not sure where it is, but it's a huge tower, and it really popped up in the view, and I'm like, wow, when did that go in? I think it's somewhat new. I don't know how new, but I would very much like a layering process that provided that input. I don't know exactly what the outcome would be from doing that exactly. What would be the comments that people might make at the hearing that would influence the outcome? I do think that over time we're going to find that we're going to learn a whole lot more about the health impact of these things. We already know a lot, but why did the federal government, you have to ask yourself, why did the federal government dictate this? Was it because of the lobby of this industry and how powerful they are? Or was it just because there's an interest in having better communication? I mean, do we even remember when we didn't even have cell phones, what, 15 years ago? And yet somehow we all still felt safe. But now, if we can't make a call out everywhere we're driving or walking, somehow we're not safe? I mean, when did that all happen, that we changed from this place where we were fine with where we had it, and now you got to have a connection everywhere you go somehow, you know?
Contemplating the meaning of life.
Yeah,
in some ways it
I
feels
know.
like.
That's not really answerable, but.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I just have two, well, I have one comment and a question. So I just want to comment on your, when did it become, you know, in the past, the landline phone services were maintained better, and they worked very well. They don't currently, in the rural areas, are not maintained well. There will be weeks and months out in my district where there aren't any, the landlines aren't maintained. So there you go. So we have, you know, gone away from more traditional ways. My question is to Director Ford. So when you talk about the 500 feet and then getting public input, that public input would be to landowners and to renters, say, living in a home. So it would be, so then a renter could be dictating to the owner of that land what would happen. Is that correct?
That's the way it's written. That is correct. And I want to say this is an alternative. It doesn't have to be written like this. I think that Mr. Hilton wants to explain a little bit about what the process is for these small wireless facilities. So it is possible to change this. I completely understand the concern with wanting to protect people. And this has been a ferocious conversation since 1996, when that federal legislation was passed. It's yours. And local governments have wanted to deny things based upon the RF emissions from a cell site. And that went all the way back to when, you know, it was in the cellular wavelength, which was far bigger waves than what's being proposed now.
Can I add one comment? I know Mike wants to say something, but so when you have public input, I think it's important to recognize that, you know, a person living in that home that doesn't own it is going to move on most of the time and has that choice and opportunity, as well as the landlord who maybe wouldn't be able to rent a facility because, well, you know, that might be a determination. So I don't know how we get there, but I just want to recognize that, you know, it's different, landlord, owner, renter, and to have that same input It could be detrimental to landowners. I don't know what to do about that, but it is a thought.
Supervisor Wilson, was it you? And then and then we wanted to have you explain some things to us. Maybe we should do that first. Can we go to staff?
Well, I was going to add that to talk about the technology when we're talking about the policy, because I think there was some discussion about long distance. This is a very short distance technology. It's really confined mostly to neighborhoods or to like commercial districts and those sorts of things. It's not a technology that you would this particular thing is not a technology you'd be using out on the ranch necessarily or anything. So I just want to clarify that so we're, perspective.
You want to go for that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I just wanted to describe if you chose not to adopt this alternative, what the ordinance provides for in terms of process for small cell within residential areas. So within residential areas, the process has been defined as the design review process within Tier 1, which is, even though it is not a public hearing, it is a process with discretion. And so there are review of, what we are allowed to review, which is largely having to do with aesthetics. But one of the things that is allowed by that process is that it's not ministerial, it's appealable. And so right now, as it's written, notice would be sent to neighbors for a small cell facility within a residential zone. And so then there would be notice given to the community, and then it could be appealed to, I believe it would be to the Board of Supervisors. So there would be a potential process to be had, though again, it doesn't allow us to then start making findings on the basis of RF. We would need to make findings based on, what's included in our ordinance. But just to say that we did create a pathway where there is some possibility of input. It's not just a ministerial process within residential zones as written currently.
So that's,
Yes, please.
that suggests that it's discretionary. It's either ministerial or discretionary.
Yes.
And if it's discretionary, that would only be if there's a special permit or a conditional use permit. I'm not aware of a discretionary process that doesn't include some sort of a permit like that. So this doesn't include that. How does that actually work? Because I didn't hear you use the word CUP or special permit. You said there's kind of a hearing, kind of like a hearing. So I'm curious about that. And then at what distance? Adjacent property owners within 300 feet, 500 feet?
Yeah.
What are the specifics?
So that's a good question, and this was really something, I don't know how deep we want to go into the weeds of this process, but I guess as we've discussed before, when there was a ministerial approval, any co-location on that site needs to be a discretionary action, and then but we wanting to. I know this is kind of a sideways approach to it, but when we were wanting to think of what's the most streamlined process that allows us to meet the shot clocks and streamline co-location, and we'll follow the California state law having to do with needing to have a discretionary process, we were discussing with Natalie Duke, County Counsel, what is a streamlined discretionary process? And she said that a design review done by staff is, legally speaking, a discretionary process. We're exercising discretion. And so then we built into that process in this ordinance notice going out to neighbors and the fact that it's appealable, which is the most important function of that. So in this case, it is where the baseline decision, where the discretion lies, would be with the director of the department, but it would be an appealable decision and notice would be sent out.
So if I could just add to that, a design review is implemented through a special permit.
Okay.
So the notices are sent to adjacent property owners.
Okay.
Okay.
Adjacent.
Yes.
Okay.
And so then people can say that they want to have a public hearing. And normally what then is done is a decision is made whether or not that public hearing is going to be done at the zoning administrator level or at the planning commission level. This happens all the time with cannabis permits.
Yeah.
And, you know, depending on the nature of the controversy, it's often kicked to the planning commission for a public hearing because it needs a full public vetting. And then as Mr. Hilton mentioned, then it could be appealed to the board from the planning commission. That's how that process would currently work.
Okay, well, that answered the question of it's a special permit, because otherwise there wouldn't be a discretionary action if there wasn't some form of a permit. And adjacent, I mean, assuming that a provider isn't coming in with just one unit on one lamppost on a street. They're coming in with a line of like 40, 50, 100, whatever, all along 4th, 5th, and Broadway, just for instance. They're going to come in with a package. Because if you just come in with one site, who's adjacent to that, actually, right? I mean, it's kind of interesting. But if you're coming in with a whole slew of them, then any property owners that abut that public right-of-way, because these are going in the public right-of-way on street lights or whatever convenient existing poles might exist. So then that makes sense, because then you'd have a slew of adjacent property owners who would be involved at that point and have their opportunity to discuss. So you're saying, if I heard you correctly, that even without alternative 11, we have a process. Was that
in residentially zoned districts? So it's not proximity, it's what's the zone that the facility would be put in.
So we have residential properties in commercial districts. Is that considered a residential district or a commercial district?
That's a commercial district.
Even if there's residences within the commercial district, it's a commercial district as far as zoning. It's just that the house is underbuilt for the zoning that could occur, so shall we say. So without alternative 11, we have a process. Alternative 11 simply provides some setback number.
Yeah, so
versus adjacent.
Yeah, so through the chair, without alternative 11, what it would be is for small cell facilities that go in residential zones, they would need to send a notice of application to all landowners and residents within 300 feet. That's how it's constructed right now.
That's in that ordinance?
That's in the ordinance. But that if it was within a commercial zone, even if it was directly adjacent to a residence, there would not be a notice as written right now. Alternative 11 would do more than give notice. It would require written consent from everyone within 500 feet, which is, I think, a considerably higher threshold of a requirement.
There could be another option here, which I
was just
think
hearing that as well.
You're asking for, which is that we could require design approval for anything within 300 feet of a residential district. And so that would get you to the place where people, if it's within 300 feet, if it's the radius is going to overlap into the residential district, those folks are going to get a notice.
Well, I'm inclined to provide the maximum amount of protection for the community's ability to weigh in, however we ultimately design that.
I just want to caution you right now.
I know.
Because
And
you
then
may be building false expectations into the
Um,
community, thinking that they're going to have say about something that the federal government has precluded us from having say about.
I know, imagine us imagining that we have some say in things and the federal government doesn't get to just dictate exactly what we're going to do.
So-
Imagine that.
So I have, actually, Supervisor Bohn, I have a question, then Supervisor Wilson. You don't? Okay, then I'll talk. Thanks, if you don't want to. My question was going to be, I can hear all the conversation, and I'm thinking cities are going through the same process right now as well, so I don't know what our local cities are doing. Is there any value of not moving this piece forward now, moving everything else forward, and then revisiting this when there's a little more information that could be available? I mean, sorry to say I won't be here, but, you know, this is going to be, I have a feeling, an evolving situation. And who knows, maybe at some point in time, the federal government might decide that it wants to stand up for health concerns. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that's a policy decision for the board to, you could go forward with the ordinance without that and give direction to staff to bring back
revisit.
alternatives to address that.
Potentially revisit it. Anyway, that was just a question or thought I had. And then Supervisor Wilson?
I would offer maybe a small alternative, which would be that we don't differentiate about zone and just remove that and just say within 300 feet. And in that way, if people are living in a commercial zone, they're protected. Or if there's a residence that's adjacent to a commercial zone or a residential zone adjacent to a commercial zone, it's protected. And I do think that this technology is density oriented. You're just not going to see it. Honestly, we're not going to see it much in the county jurisdiction for a while. I mean, we don't really even have it in the city jurisdictions yet. So there's a ways to go. And by the time it ever gets to us in terms of a discretionary decision before this board under that circumstance, I think it will have been adjudicated in our cities to such a degree that I think it would be probably. It's just I'm trying to be prudent about this, and so I would offer that we just remove the zoning part of this and just say anywhere in the county where 300 feet where one of these goes in, there's a notice.
There's a notice, but it's not written consent. And
well, I think the notice is fine
enough.
because
Okay.
what the notice does is that it allows that to be because it's a discretionary decision. It's an administrative discretionary decision, is the way I understand it. It allows people to go to that administrative hearing. It allows them to appeal the decision of that administrative hearing. So there is a process to bring it to the level of the board should that ever get there. I think, and in that way, I would feel okay about protecting people who maybe live adjacent to or in these spaces. That's just my thought on that. I'm just trying to simplify it without making it complicated.
So if I could make sure I'm understanding what's being said, just to put it bluntly, we would modify the ordinance to require design approval within 300 feet of a residence.
Yes. I mean, yes, in any zoning.
Yes.
Correct.
Not just the design approvals.
Yeah.
But they can't.
That's not written here. We're going to need to bring this back to you, but that's fine as long as we're understanding what you're saying.
I'm not talking about
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. I'm just talking about modifying what's written in our ordinance now to just take, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Is there consensus with this board for those modifications to bring it back? I mean, John,
Would you like a break so you can actually put those in order and come back to us, or?
Well, I think we've got a few more to get through.
He said that there.
Is that the last one?
Was harder one.
Yep, that is the last one for the inland.
Okay. And just for those who are wanting to comment, we have not had public comment yet, so you're in luck. So yeah, we thought this would be a little quicker. I think we needed a lunch break. Well, you wanted a 10-minute break. Anyway,
So one of the things I'm going to say, and hopefully save a lot of heartburn, is that, and there's a lot of changes to the coastal, but most of those are recommendations from the Coastal Commission that we would absolutely say the board should adopt. And then second is that a lot of them are duplicates of what we're discussing here. So if they're okay here, they're probably okay in that ordinance, and then any changes that are made here, we can make there as well. And that may save us having to go through that ordinance and repeat
Piece by piece.
the conversation.
I'm just looking, Supervisor Wilson is like wandering, writing a bunch of stuff down.
I
So.
was just writing down where the major points of discussion were, so that when we go through this process of straw polling or
Sounds like-
whatever we want to do, I'm ready to do that.
Yeah, there was just a few areas that seemed like that. Unless any supervisors on the other, on to my left wish to ask any further questions on what we've already hashed out or talked about. My head hurts. They are to the left of me. They let anybody in here. So, yes, I could use a little break, actually, quite frankly, but.
Well, why don't we take a break, a half hour break or something like that?
Would that be okay with staff too? Then you can kind of put what you've heard us say and do your best to try to put it together. And then we will come back for public comment, but we're getting a little
Can I suggest
cranky.
a 45-minute break so that we can actually get some food and take
Yes,
a
well,
walk?
we also have closed session. I mean, I'm fine with the break. I brought food. So when do we want to try to hit closed session? That's,
Let's just come back at this at 2 o'clock and finish this up.
yes, we do have a cafe.
Is the cafe open? Yes. Cafe's open, everybody. Well, is it open after 1 o'clock?
CAO, what about the closed session item? 'Cause I know
We've specifically asked folks required for a closed session to be flexible, and they're aware that this is at the end of the day. And I think specifically for our outside counsel, the later, the better.
Okay, then 2 o'clock, yeah. Sorry, you guys, if I'd known we were going to put you through all these exercises of, Well, they're here, no?
You're going to have to come back with what you're going to do.
Yeah,
Our comment would be right in the middle.
okay. As long as you're not in a hurry, you can come back at 2 o'clock then. Is that what you like? Okay, that way at least you're here for the whole thing. Oh, boy. Yeah, we'll be back at 2. Thank you for allowing us a break. Where did we leave off? Director Ford.
I think the thing that the board was starting to move back towards is looking at see if there's a consensus on the two items that were discussed.
Okay.
And those primarily had to do with alternative 5A and 5B, and then whether that there's perhaps an alternative or some other way of addressing setbacks from residences, and we do have some alternative language to present to you for that.
Okay. I'd be interested, well, I'd like to hear the alternative language since you spent your lunch standing up eating and thinking at the same time.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I just want to say great work to you for your efforts on all.
I have to start that all over now.
I just wanted to say great work on all of this effort on this ordinance. I know it's a lot of time, a lot of research, and appreciate your technical knowledge around this issue. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Nikki, I shared screen, if I could get that up.
And if anyone is watching at home, well, I know we have at least one who's called in. and you plan to speak on this item in a bit, be sure to call in and press *9 to raise your hand.
So this is, I'm going to go up to the beginning of the section. So this is a section that begins design review required. So these are areas, these are facilities that require design review. And so basically the way it's written right now, and Mr. Hilton explained this earlier, is new small cellular wireless facilities in residential zoning districts require a design approval. So what alternative A would do, and this is a pretty simple change, is just require that new small cellular wireless facilities within 300 feet of an existing residence would require design approval.
Anyone have any thoughts specifically? No? Okay. All right. Public, yes, I will just say, is there anything else you wanted to add before we do go to public comment? Then.
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions right now, so thank you for bringing that back. But yes, did you have another thought you wanted to add?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we were considering, and it is acknowledged that we're considering both the inland and the coastal provisions here. And so if the public's interested in commenting on that, we are accepting comment on both of those. Okay.
All right. Thank you. So this would now be the time, if you're here in the audience, I'd say welcome back. And some of you may have jumped in on the phone with us and came here in person now, so that's great. If you want to stand by the side of the room, we'll start doing public comment for those who are here with us in person. And everyone gets the standard 3 minutes, and it's the same for everybody. And there's a timer that'll be going on the screen so you can keep track of where you are. And if someone's on the phone and wants to comment, press *9. So Paul, looks like you're up first. Welcome.
Thank you. Paul Patino, Arcata. I appreciate the work that's been done. And, you know, on our side, you know, the activist side, we've been working and trying to give you ideas, thoughts about what you could do with all this. And I appreciate Keenan and John and Michael, of course, listening to that. And I understand the position of being stuck with the 1996 Fed ordinance that scares the stuff out of everybody. And I think that being willing to send it to design review for a hearing, and as I understand it would be a hearing at design review for a small cell in a neighborhood within 300 feet of a residence, that there's a hearing, a decision made, and then whoever, the wireless facility or the public, could appeal it. And of course, there's a cost in that. And the public, the $1,000 or $2,000 it costs the public, it's a big deal. So that's a concern, that the public is not effectively shut out economically from appealing. So it's something to consider. Then one thing I didn't see spoken about was sensitive receptors. Do we have any sensitive receptors in this county? I mean, who would be that sensitive receptor? For me, it's daycare, nursery schools, hospitals, nursing homes. And I don't understand how we have not defined sensitive receptors and put them into somewhat of a separate or a protected category because of the unknowns of health effects. So I'm missing that from you all. I appreciate the work on the item 11 where you said 500 feet, and I understand that the 500 feet may trigger opposition. I think it's smart to go with the 300 feet that is starting to be somewhat accepted. So thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Paul. And staff is jotting things down, so I'm sure we may have some comments after that. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Katie, and I live in Eureka. The experiments that the FCC used to determine their levels of safety come from the military, who designed this technology and allow a high level of risk in their industry. The tests were done on hungry monkeys and mice who were radiated with microwaves until they lost their appetite. And that has set the standards for what we have today, for you and I to be exposed 24/7. In one study, the monkeys' faces melted off. I'm quoting from Americans for Responsible Technology, which I sent you. We have a lot of allowances for local jurisdictions. What we see going through the judiciary system is when our local jurisdictions fail, when our ordinances go against the FCC ordinances. But there are many jurisdictions who have ordinances that protect the constituents as well as are in alignment with the FCC. It is possible. If we do not give ourselves the rights that we are allowed, we won't get to claim those rights, however. So it's important that our ordinance include all of our rights. I have 3 concerns still about our ordinance. Number 1, defining sensitive receptors. I would also like our first responders to be included in this, especially our firefighters. The International Fire Brigade has a stance on 5G, and they are very adamant about protecting firefighters so that they can be of service to us in our time of need. Number 2, hard drive test data so that there is a true gap in service. Let that be the responsibility of the telecoms to prove that what they are offering is truly needed. Number 3, random third-party testing so that we can know that they are truly within the limits that the FCC has placed. Because if we don't have random third-party testing, it's shown that these towers are often far exceeding the limits that we know are already harmful, whether or not they would like to admit it. I really appreciate the robust discussion of this board and the concerns that have been put forth, and I just really value having participated in this process and also with the staff. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Katie. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca, and I'm from Philbrook, and I just wanted to thank Supervisor Madrone for representing me. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this subject. And I appreciate everybody's work as well, including the planning department. So if we scope back a little bit and look at history, we find that there's a lot of incidences where our government was actually backing something corporate that was not, in fact, good for human health, DDT among them. When we consider what our community needs, of course, technology is something that is part of what we're living now. Although I understand there's also talk of, I guess it's Elon Musk doing more satellite stuff with phones as well. So we have to think about all the ways that we are agreeing to things that may or may not be good for human health. I really do appreciate the discussion thus far from everybody here, and I would encourage everyone to think long-term rather than short-term. I really appreciated Supervisor Bass's comment about a layered approach in the event that health information does arise. I think that's an exceptionally important point. So I thank you all for your consideration, and please be considerate of long-term human health and long-term thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And wait, before you start, I just say, if anyone wants to speak this on the phone, please press *9. There's no one a hand up now, so just want to let people know. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Lori Birdsall, and I live in Arcata. Thank you for this discussion today, and I hope that it continues. I just want to make a few points in regards to what's been discussed today. As far as the landlord-tenant idea, I think that the small cell wireless thing is going to devalue property values. I personally, as a tenant, would not rent from a place that has a small cell nearby. These small cells are designed for densely populated areas because they only project, 300 feet? Our densely populated areas already have coverage. So I think this idea of verifying there is a need is really important. Out in the rural areas, these small cells are not feasible. They would have to put them so often, and frankly, they don't even work as well as what we have now. Also, to consider that fiber optics is a much more viable option for coverage without the health effects of small cell 5G and without the visuals. So in regards to visuals, you're saying that small cell would be less obstructive to the visual sight. I argue that it would be just as, and if not more, egregious to our visual landscape to have these things every so often. If you've seen any pictures of where they are installed, it's pretty hideous. I'd like to also bring up the idea of public comment, and Mr. Ford, you're saying that that there would be place for public comment, but it doesn't sound like, you know, that would really be an avenue of making anything happen. And I would just like to advocate, don't make us fight for it. You guys it's your job to fight for us. It's your job to fight for us. We don't want to be the sitting ducks. We don't want to be the experiment. We need you to protect us and put these ordinances in place that are going to last the long term for our children and our children's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. So we'll go to those on the phone. We have 7454. Welcome.
Well, I wasn't going to speak on this thing if you guys were going to continue going with it, because I was feeling sorry for Supervisor Wilson's food anxiety there. But since everybody's had a chance to re-go, I do understand that out of all the people that, I appreciate what you're doing there. This sounds like you're addressing the problem. I always support, and Paul Patino does make sense. Possibly there is something in there about that. What the people don't understand, and I think I understand this a little bit, is we're going to be trumped no matter what by the federal government. And any of these unlimited pocketed people who come in here who want to install these things have the backs of the federal government. So I really don't think you have a heck of a lot of leeway. I think you've used your best judgment in allowing public comment to whatever degree it will have an effect on what the feds tell us we have to put up with. So thank you for my limited opportunity to speak on this particular item. I think we have one more left. Closed session?
Yep. Okay. All right, so that was the only ones online. So we're back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
I just have a question with relationship to this concept of sensitive receptors. And I think that what that's referring to mostly is schools. And I don't really know how we would adjust the language that we have for residences to something like that, because I don't know who would be the appellant in that. case. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, and one of the things I do appreciate the concern that's being expressed. I do appreciate the desire. But from a regulatory standpoint, it's really important to be clear about what we are regulating and where we're preempted. Because I think Ms. Birdsall's comments about, limited ability to comment, and I don't want to diminish the importance of the public role. But what I was trying to say is that I don't also want the county to provide unrealistic expectations for the public in being involved. And if we start regulating sensitive receptors, what's the basis of regulating a sensitive receptor? It is based upon RF, radio frequency. It's not a visual impact, it's an RF impact. And that's something that we're specifically precluded from regulating. And so I just would say that I appreciate the comments that the public have made, but I think that one of the commenters said we are limited by what the federal government has required, and whether we agree with the federal government at all or not at this point really isn't the question. The real question is if we establish regulations that establish requirements that are contrary to the federal government, the county's liable. If we establish regulations to try to somehow broaden that gray line, if there is one there, I think it's black and white, but if we try to create a gray zone in there where we achieve additional regulatory authority, but really can't go as far as what the public is asking for, then we're creating unrealistic expectations on the part of the public, and that will be nothing but frustration for the public going forward. And I really, in my job, that's one of the hardest things to deal with is public expectation that can't be satisfied, and that's just painful.
One last question. Is there, we have the same potential change with relationship to the coastal ordinance, and we could just basically say the same thing for the coastal ordinance, and that would be it, right? And
Correct.
the coastal ordinance doesn't have this I didn't see it in there, but I didn't see the 5AB because it's already protected. Is that in there?
No, that was in there. It was just a different number. I think
Just
it was around 8 or so.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Can you confirm that?
I can.
Yeah, it's alternative 8A
I see it
and
now.
8B.
Thank you. Okay, so, ready? Okay, I'm going to make a motion if I can so we can move this forward. I'm going to make a motion that we approve staff recommendations with relationship to this telecommunications ordinance with alternative 5A and 8A for the inland and coastal ordinances respectively, and the amendment with relationship to the small, what do we call it?
Small cell wireless facilities within 300 feet of residences.
Yes, within 300 feet of residence for both the inland and coastal zones, and then all of the other alternatives listed. So not alternative 11, right?
Right.
And in the coastal one, that's alternative, sorry, I'm going to find it here. Scrolling through, I didn't have it printed out. Give me that, it's alternative 20, so not alternative 20 in the coastal ordinance. You want me to repeat this one more time, or do you think you got it?
I got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a second so we can discuss it?
I'll second the motion for
Okay,
discussion.
thank you. Remember what the 5A was. What is,
11 was the alternative residential proximity consent, which was the 500 feet for, instead of doing that.
So removing that and putting the
300 feet, yeah.
From a residence.
From a residence with, it's different. Instead of being a statement of owner and occupant, it's notification. So it's in the original language. Yeah. It is, hold on, it's alternative 11 and it's on page, well, I don't know how many page numbers in here, but, okay.
it's in one of those big.
So just being consistent between those two ordinances, that's all.
Right. Supervisor Madrone?
I was just thinking how odd it is that the acronym for small cell wireless, SCWF, is sick with. Just a bit of humor there.
Sick with. Duly noted. Anyone else has a comment on this at this point?
Johnny Carson's going to be calling you.
Long distance too? All right, I guess we are ready to vote unless anyone, yes, yes, please.
In more serious professional. I think what we're looking at possibly approving here, we'll see how the vote goes, is a great improvement over what we've had in the past. And I don't know if you were one of the residents in Fieldbrook that contacted me when that tower went up at the north end, but I did get a lot of calls from Fieldbrook when that was happening, as well as other communities. You know, we've got some stuff happening in Trinidad where we're pulling towers off Trinidad Head, which is a sacred site. And I think that was a really great move. But what that meant was new towers somewhere else, right? It's hard to get a complete win in these things because, I mean, I've got 2 cell phones, right? So I certainly use them a lot to communicate and recognize the value of it. I was pleased to see the $125 million going for fiber optic cable to be laid for the tribes in particular, but it will benefit the communities along the way, coming all the way from Wairika down through Orleans and Wichpeck, over to the coast and to McKinleyville and north through Oric and up through Klamath. Those are going to be fantastic. And yeah, there are options to provide this service without so many significant negative impacts. I do believe that over time there's going to be more studies beyond the monkeys and the rats. And as that information comes forward, I know that this board will be, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I know that I would be absolutely interested in continuing to adapt and adopt, you know, new measures as information arises. And it may very well be that at a certain point the federal government goes, oops, unfortunately, you know, we've learned and we really need to modify it. I think that day will come because I think there's a lot of hidden hazards to this stuff. I also appreciated the comments that while there is a public process that we're identifying here, it still can be burdensome to come up with that $1,500 or $2,000 for appeal fees. And in many cases, I've known many people that just basically didn't follow through because the money alone was enough of a barrier. We talk about the barriers that we put in front of applicants all the time, but what about the barriers in regards to the public's participation? So that it definitely concerns me, but I do think that having a design review process is an avenue. And more often than not, if there is opposition, it's going to be from more than one person. So hopefully there will be the ability to engage more deeply if necessary. So I feel like we've done a good job of trying to improve things a lot. I'm not fully satisfied with all the things we have here, as I've expressed, but I think we've come a long way. And that's why I support this motion here today. I think we have to continue to be diligent. Keenan's going to be tracking this stuff like crazy, and he's going to come back to us, and John, when there's a change, when there's more information that tells us, you know what, we really need to be looking at this differently. So, but for now, where we're at today, I think we're doing what we can, and I support the motion as it is.
Thank you. I did want to ask staff, since we were talking about the two of you, I noticed you were writing a few things down when people were talking. Was there anything else you wanted to add to us? Or that we may have already covered some of it, but I just wanted to make sure.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. You're both dutifully writing down everything everybody said. So, Supervisor Wilson?
I just want to thank staff on their work on this, but I want to recognize that this is part of a long list of to-dos from our general plan update, that we have noise ordinances and this ordinance, all kinds of stuff on that list, and it feels good to start getting through some of those things. So I didn't do it.
I don't have a heater on.
Maybe we'll get through it one day.
We have to stop again?
Yeah. We have to stop.
Well, we know where the breaker is this time.
It's out there.
It's your fault.
It was on until now, no.
Turn it off. Turn it off. It will.
No, he's telling her to turn it off.
I've been in 12 years, I've never had that happen.
It was on me last time. Somehow. This is why I didn't want
I don't think the TV. We're not. Are we? We're not visible to the TV, are we?
No.
No. Yes.
I'm not going to go into it.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure whether it's broadcasting right now.
Okay. Well,
If it is broadcasting, we have a power failure, so we have to
the
wait.
face that's on the screen. Okay, it's back. What was that noise? Okay, where do you need us to go?
We just reset it.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Alrighty then, and that's a public hearing also, correct? We now close that public hearing. It's a little disjointed, but we're done. Thank you, and thank you guys for being here and your continued engagement, and staff for your patience. So with that, I believe we are going towards the closed session items now. So, Interim County Council Miles, can you tell us what we're going in for?
Thank you, Chair Bass. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Lost Coast Outpost versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2200607.
All right, thank you. We do have one hand up for public comment. We'll go to 7454.
Virginia, can you hear me? Are you done with your gremlins there?
We think there's no gremlins on site. We're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I think that's Chuck Ciancio. I think Chuck's back in the room finally after all these years messing with your electrical. I did have comment to make. My understanding is you're going in and you're going to be talking with your people on how to negotiate, and I'm only going to speak for the SEIU in-home support services. I believe while I was in Mexico, you gave yourselves a raise of something like 7% or something, maybe a 7.32. I don't think, according to this, maybe you haven't done your appointed department heads and management yet, or maybe you have. But if you haven't, maybe you've already given my people the raise they deserve. But they work at least as hard as you folks do. A lot of them do, at least, in my opinion, and the opinion of the public. And the raised amount of money they're actually getting is paid a significant portion by other entities coming from, I believe, the state and federal government. We have a small portion of that to pay. And I'd like to see them get even a higher raise, because 7% of minimum wage is next to nothing compared to 7% of $90,000 a year. There's a big difference there. I also did wish to make comment. Public perception, and it was correct that you gave yourselves a very large 10% pay package when you passed Measure S. You have defunded that, and I was curious whether that's being taken into consideration regarding pay raises that the supervisors get, because that was above and beyond. It was supervisors, department heads, and electeds, not the rest of the people in this. I think they got 2% that year. So anyway, if I find the pay raises interesting, I strongly will always support the SAEIU. Now, regarding your litigation with Lost Coast Outpost, I don't know which one it is. I understand they have two of them out there. One has to do with the Humboldt jail, and I thought the other one had to do with a list of people that are in arrears regarding paying their cannabis tax, Measure S. And that, if it's that, then it's moot, because that's been provided to me, and I will be dealing with that particular list accordingly. It's been provided to Scott Adair, John Ford, and a bunch of other people. So that list is out there. If anybody's on that list and they wish to talk to me about why they're on that list, I recommend they do so before the Planning Commission meeting that's coming up this Thursday. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I think there were 1,010 people on the list of delinquents as far as, that Measure S tax.
All right. Thank you. Any guesses on when we expect to be back? No? No? We're not guessing anymore? We'll be back. Sorry, Eric. Yeah. All right. Guess we'll go in there. I got to scan something really fast. All right, may we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair Bass. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items M1 and M2.
All right, well, thank you. We're adjourned.